KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 1 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That's what we do, and we appreciate you guys rocking with us. Lammy is back in the building after a couple of days off on assignment, we like to call it, out in Las Vegas doing his thing. Jake Shapiro was filling in for you. Cease did a fine job, but we're happy to have you back here today to get ready for the first round of Broncos OTAs.
Right.
The Stanley Cup Final will start this evening if you're into that sort of thing, and then your New York Knicks.
Here we go.
Will obviously be doing their thing tomorrow, so we'll be all over that. But it's nice to have you back. You got the sweet Super Bowl jacket rocking. Evans loved your look, so we're excited to have you in the
Although
building.
he said I look like Jackie Moon, I was like, I am not exactly going for Jackie Moon type of look, but either way, here, back, excited. Broncos OTAs. What will we learn first thing about Bo's ankle? That's the main thing. I think Ankle Watch 2026 is what we're all going to be talking about, because really there's some other things here and there we can go over and things we will be watching for. Man, Kev will be out there,
What's up,
Kev? Watching things for us out at Broncos OTAs. And the thing is like, it's all about Bo's ankle. Doesn't really matter how Jalen Waddle looks without Bo.
Is Bo going to do anything? There's also, we're going to get into the conversation today. I think we're making a little more out of something that I'm not sure is the biggest deal of the offseason with Bo's ankle. I get it. He's QB1.
Right.
We've called him face of the franchise. But I'm like, he's a football player that had surgery. I know he missed the biggest game of the year.
Right.
And that's the conversation.
Yes.
Because they don't want to run what we want him to run. But I don't know. I want to learn about it this week, see where he is at in rehab, and then decide whether or not, all right, are we doing too much about Bo's ankle?
You're going to make me do this, aren't you?
Are we okay?
You're going to make me do this.
Yeah.
I just come back. We're 2 minutes into the show, and I'm going to piss off the Broncos with this next statement.
All right.
Yeah, the reason why we're making a big deal out of it is because they've messed it up this entire offseason in terms of the way they talk about it, okay? All right, we're only going to be honest, and the truth will set you free, okay? And the Broncos, they have messed it up this entire offseason when talking about Bo's ankle. Sean running his mouth about whatever, and then all of us getting the phone calls from the Broncos saying, like, no, actually,
Say it this way, please.
Here's what the deal is, okay? And then all of a sudden there was that second surgery. Like, so just – if they had been more straightforward,
honest,
or if Sean had been on the same page, call it honest, call it whatever. And I think Sean probably was being the most honest and then got in trouble for being the most honest. But had they not, in my opinion, dummied up, and I love everyone over there. I love them all. I'm going to go up to Patrick when I see him this week. I'm going to go hug him. Right? I love everyone over there.
I have some favorites.
I have some favorites as well. But the point blank period is they've messed it up in talking about it. If they just would have been honest with us, we could have been honest with our approach. Because honestly, it's not a big deal unless it comes back.
Well, that's what I mean. The way they handled it and then that second surgery, we had to make it a big deal because they didn't tell us the truth about what was going on.
Exactly.
But if we hear today, tomorrow, whenever the hell they're going to chat down there with the media about, all right, yep, Bo's back. We are taking it easy. We're not just throwing them into the fire. We're letting them kind of rehab, recover at a healthy and responsible pace.
Right.
And we go, all right, no harm, no foul. Everything's going to be okay. If we find that out, and I think we are going to find that out. Because you know what I think? I think Bo wants to do it the way I want to do it. Overblown, don't need to talk about it because it takes away from what they were able to accomplish a year ago and then what we think they're on their way to accomplishing this year as well.
You know what Bo's ankle's like for you?
What?
It's like any sort of MVP talk with Nicole. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't care.
I just don't care that much. He's a football player and he had surgery, guys.
Yes.
That's going to happen.
Guess what he's going to have again? Surgery someday.
And probably on an ankle.
I hope not, but that's probably also the case. So what are we going to lose our mind about? What are we going to be watching? But yeah, if we had some more, how about I don't piss off the Broncos in the very first segment? More clarity. Can you give us some blankety-blank clarity on this thing? Just point blank, just say it. Say it with your chest. Tell us what's going on. I don't want to hear anybody that's supposedly embedded with the team saying, oh, I've heard this. I don't want to hear any national reporter that has no idea what's going on say, I heard this. Just tell us. Tell us. What's up with his flipping ankle?
Yeah.
And Alex, I'm almost cussing in the very first segment because I'm fired up about this, man. I just want to know, is Bo ready to go for week one?
Ready to
And
go.
we're a long ways from week one, that's for sure. But I want mile markers along the way. And I want that chemistry built with Jalen Waddle as soon as possible.
I like the mile marker. That's what we're looking for is the mile marker.
That's what life's about, too.
And then the Jalen Waddle thing, here are a couple things I wrote down that I'd like to learn about or get a better idea of throughout the week. Is Jalen Waddle simply picking up the offense? We're not going to know how great he's going to be. We have our assumptions. Right. Is he comfortable in the offense and the terminology? I'm assuming we're going to say or hear, yes, that's happening. Is Evan Ingram having a bigger role? Or does a guy that I like in Justin Jolie or even Dallin Bentley taking it and running with it and maybe a little ahead of the schedule? How far can you be in June after the draft? I'm not sure. That's something I'm interested to find out, but I know you can be behind on June 2nd.
For sure.
So let's make sure they're not that. And then the other one is for you, Cease, mostly. Has RJ improved as a runner, or is Jonah Coleman going to go, I got this, baby.
Yeah.
Let me take that responsibility off of your plate.
Well, and I love that competition in the backfield because it is like, hey, you're going to take that next step, RJ. RJ Harvey's rookie season was really good, and he can be better. I think there are some, not maybe many, but there are some thinking like he can completely take over the backfield. No, he's always going to be part of a committee. He's going to be a very important part of the committee. He's going to be that receiving back out of the backfield. He's going to have that nose for the end zone with those 12 touchdowns. Probably going to get about 8 to 10 this year. Duplicating touchdowns is very difficult, but where's the level? Like, how much improved is he? How much of the backfield share? Because you can be in an RBBC and be the more receiving type of back. Alvin Kamara, Mark Ingram. Ingram was the grinder.
Yeah.
Ingram was the banger. Kamara was the featured guy. Never had a 1,000-yard rushing season, though. So that's the thing. Like, RJ, are you kind of closer to that Kamara level, or are you closer to a Darren Sproles level? Darren Sproles would have 1,000 all-purpose yards, but 700 of them would be receiving.
Yeah.
So, like, I think he's more of the Darren Sproles role, but better than Darren Sproles. I think he's less of the Alvin Kamara role, but not just where he can't play a Kamara role.
Yeah.
I think there's some sort of medium there in between. RJ Harvey's got to find that.
A couple of things defensively that I want to talk about and things we'll be looking for, hearing for, talking to our friends that will be there about. We'll reset that a little later on in the program. Do want to hear from you guys today. Tribe and Trucker Roll Call open 24/7, 365. Certainly the 4 hours that we're sitting in this building. Tribe is you plus us. We want to give you guys a shout out for, well, keeping us employed and allowing us to pay our bills every single month. That's what you do by tuning in, and we're grateful for it. So Tribe Roll Call, who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there? Trucker Roll Call, who are you? Where are you? What you hauling out there? And 2 places to send that information. First up, maybe you're watching the show over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports. Check out that Dover and Cecil stream. Click subscribe while you're in there. Hit up the Tribe chat, fueled by Sean Ponda. Cecil, I heard a stat this morning. I immediately thought of you.
Okay.
13% of the world watches YouTube TV.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
13% of the world.
Yeah.
Not Colorado, not the United States, the world.
That's all I watch.
Watches YouTube.
That's all I watch,
every
unless
day.
the lady wants to watch some murder shows or something.
Oh, I love me a good murder
Which is
show.
always fascinating. You're like, you're going to kill me, right?
Yeah.
I guess not. Hopefully not. But anyway, no, it's all YouTube for me. Special Tribe shout out, because Tribe helps Tribe,
Yeah.
right? I got a message from proud Tribe member Dustin Smith.
What's up, Dustin?
Unfortunately, unfortunately, his father's car was stolen. Check this thing out. That's a sweet old Barracuda.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that is a sweet
Here
car.
in Colorado?
Yeah. So he said, been working on my dad's car for 3 years to get it running. Today some SOB, I'll say that, stole it. Be on the lookout. BOLO for the Tribe. Stolen car around a shop on Broadway. Spent 3 years getting this thing running. It's a one-of-one turbine bronze and white top, 383 six-pack. It's an old CUDA from the late 60s. It's not an early 70s CUDA, late 60s. So call up my man Dustin, 303-587-5022.
Okay.
Because when you spend time working on a car, 3 years to work on a car, and then some Aloha comes and steals your pop's ride.
What a jerk move.
Yeah, your pop's is a car guy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's an incredible car. Those old CUDAs are sweet.
Yeah, that thing's badass. My
buddy
James's dad had one growing up, and we got to drive it like once in our teens, and it was an experience.
So Dustin reached out asking for some help. I said, Tribe helps Tribe,
That's
man.
right.
Yeah, so we're there for him. If you see that sweet old CUDA, call up Dustin. Again, 303-587-5022.
All right. Yeah, Tribe help Tribe. Let's locate that car for our guy and his father. That's just rude, stealing rides. So hit us up there and the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Put your name on the end of your text. It gives you a better chance to get that thing read right here on the show. All right, we are off and rolling. We'll continue to talk about Broncos OTAs as we learn a little bit more of what's going on over at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Cecil, when you were out, we went over something that Daniel Jeremiah shared, the formula for winning championships. He did it specifically in football. We talked about the other sports and what they need, but I want to revisit that conversation with you and the Broncos. Do they check every box, and do we agree on the names that fill those voids? That's coming up next.
A President's Trophy, a Stanley Cup, and 10 years behind the bench. But after a sweep by Vegas, what's next for Jared Bednar?
This feels like, to me, they're working on an extension. That's what it feels like. Like working on an extension, taking some time, and then when they have the big announcement, it's not only Jared Bednar's back. We've extended Jared Bednar. This is a Colorado Avalanche team that was the best in hockey last year, and we're looking forward to pursuing and chasing a Stanley Cup.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Denver Deck Builders has been building the highest quality decks for over a decade. With me is their owner, Ron Gibbous. You use only the best materials to handle all of Colorado's elements.
At least 90% of the time, our customers want composite decking, which is warranted for 30 years. So it's not going to rot, it's not going to freeze, and it's going to look good. And we use a custom rail builder that fabricates them in a shop, brings them, and installs them on site. So they're stronger than any rails that you can buy from a normal lumber yard.
Start dreaming about your outdoor living space. Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. With all these Bluebird days in Colorado, enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. All June, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade, with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing available. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Strong, fellas. No weak SGA flopping around sauce today.
We got you, man. We got you.
If we can all make fun of SGA together, it will bring us closer as a community. We're going to talk more about hoops. So we'll be all over the NBA stuff tomorrow. Cease with your Knicks getting ready. But this tweet from Daniel Jeremiah, like I said, Jake and I went over it, but I'm like, I got to talk about this with Cecil Lammy as well. And then go over some of the specific names that we think check these boxes.
Okay.
So Daniel Jeremiah, at Move the Stick, shared on Twitter. He says, I'd like to revisit this concept. We're doing it too. For every NFL team, what you need to build a championship foundation are these 12 spots. A quarterback, 3 offensive playmakers, 3 defensive playmakers, 3 quality offensive linemen, and 2 different pass rushers.
Okay.
I went over it last night. I wrote my names down on the rundown. Cecil, you tell me if you agree, disagree, you think I'm an idiot, or I'm a genius. Either way, I'm okay with the conversation. Obviously, QB1, you got Bo. We just said in segment 1, he is the face of this franchise. It is now Bo Nix's team. Check that box.
Yes, check the box. You've got your franchise quarterback of Bo Nix. Just keep him healthy, keep him upright, and go win some damn championships, will you?
That's right. Offensive playmakers. I wrote down 2 that I think you're going to agree with, and then the third I'm not quite sure.
All right.
Is it Jalen Waddle, Cortland Sutton, and J.K. Dobbins?
J.K. Dobbins?
Or can I not trust his body enough to put him on this unique list?
I mean, playmaker doesn't mean health status. It means when you're healthy, are you a playmaker? So when he's healthy, he's a top 5 back in this league. So they have a top 10 receiver in Cortland Sutton. They have a top 5 running back in J.K. Dobbins. And what is Jalen Waddle? If I'm putting Sutton in the top 10, which he's going to be around that, by the way, for everyone getting offended. He's not. Oh, God. How long do we have to have the Cortland Sutton? Probably till he retires.
Probably,
remember Cortland Sutton? He was really good. Cortland Sutton will be remembered a lot better when he's done playing than he is now by some chuckleheads who aren't like, he's not a number 1.
It's the old you don't know what you got till it's gone.
Exactly. So if I got Sutton as top 10, top 12, let's say 12 for the pessimists out there, what's Jalen Waddle? He's not perhaps top 5.
He's played in the NFL for 5 years, and 3 of those have been 1,000-yard seasons.
But he's in between 1 and 12 where Sutton's at. So you have 2 top 12 receivers. You have a top 5 running back. You've got one of the best quarterbacks in the game. I like the start here.
Okay.
So far, Daniel Jeremiah, is he talking about the Broncos?
He might be. Let's go to the defensive playmaker side of things. Again, I have 2 names that I think you're going to say yep and yep, and then that third name is, okay, maybe. I wrote down Pat Surtain and Nick Bonito. Those are no-brainers, right? Defensive Player of the Year and then Defensive Player of the Year finalists. Yeah, those are your playmakers. The next name I wrote down was Huff, Talanoa Hufanga.
Okay.
Is he a playmaker? Yes. But could he be a better one if he caught the football with those opportunities? Yes. I just wasn't sure who I would replace over Huff because he puts himself in the situations.
Right.
He just can't catch a dang football for some strange reason as a professional football player.
Yeah, well, is playmaker exactly mean you have to be an offensive player? Not necessarily. But
like
can you
got PBUs, right?
Right, PBUs. Can you punch the ball out? Can you force some fumbles? Can you be around the ball? Can you be kind of a menace, if you will, roaming in the backfield? And that, no doubt, is Talanoa Hufanga. So, again, defensive playmakers, 3. I might be able to make the argument there's more because we got to talk about pass rushers, but defensive playmakers, they've got him.
Yes,
falling
they
out of their pockets. Hey, VJ, you dropped something. Oh, that's a defensive playmaker.
That's a Pro Bowl playmaker right there.
He's a tall guy. Like, yeah, so VJ's got plenty to say there.
We'll go to the pass rushers next. All right, if you need 2 of them, do we just simply give it to Benito and Cooper? And then, a guy like Zach Allen is that other next man up? The other question I thought to myself last night, looking at some of the stats, Zach Allen had 7 sacks. John Franklin Myers had 7.5.
Yeah.
Can the 3 guys, asked to take on the task of John Franklin Myers give you 7.5 sacks combined?
He's no longer a Bronco.
Oh, thank you, Vance.
JFM.
We miss him, though, right?
No longer a Bronco. We do miss him. Thank you, Alex, for that. Here's the thing. I could easily make the argument Zach Allen's their best pass rusher.
Wow, really?
Easily.
Because of the duo he takes on most
and
of the
the
time?
pressures. No one in the NFL has had more pressures on quarterbacks over the last 3 years than Zach Allen.
I forgot
Nobody,
that.
buddy.
Good call.
So because of that, Allen is there. And in fact, if you say defensive playmaker, I kind of want to put Zach Allen in both. We could put him in both, right?
Yeah.
Because he is pass rusher and he's a playmaker. Allen there, very special. Coop's got to step it up.
It's almost like, now you're saying that out loud, it's like Zach is making the plays for Benito to get the sacks.
Yeah.
And Cooper on the outside. Cooper a little less because he's the
Right.
run guy. But
Right. Man, and Coop's got to not stall out. And again, he's my favorite player. Outside of Jonah Coleman. He's my favorite player on the Broncos, and he's got to step up. Why are you loving off around 8 sacks? Why can't you get 12 sacks? Like, that's an ask for Jonathan Cooper. He's well paid. They've got young guys on the come up behind him. It's like, all right, Coop, we know how this works. Produce or you're not going to be here. Cooper's got to produce more because Benito's going to do it. Allen's going to do it.
Last category from Daniel Jeremiah is quality offensive lineman. Now he goes quality offensive lineman. Of course, my brain goes your starters. Of the 5, do you have 3 of those? I think they do. Miners, McGlinchey, and Bowles would be your 3. And now I know it's for us locally, but then you go, all right, what if we did quality depth pieces? There's a Paucho. There's a Crum. There are these other names that we go, they're quality depth pieces right now.
Right.
That I'm going to speak for myself, and you can agree or not, but like those pieces will then be quality offensive line pieces as soon as next year when they're starters on this team.
Right. I could make an argument, and it would be a fairly flimsy argument, but I could take some of the backups for the offensive line, put in Alex Forsythe at center, put in Paucho at right tackle, put in Frank Crum at left tackle. Quinn Miners is pretty hard to replace. Not that McGlinchey or Bowles are not hard to replace. Bowles very hard to replace. Don't at me, bro. But I could look at the backups, and you've got like 3, maybe even 4 of these backups that could be starters. Like in case of emergency, break glass starters, but also like, no. Future starters, girl, where these guys like a Frank Crum might be a Pro Bowl left tackle. We don't know yet. Like, is he going to level off? Is there more to Crum's game? I believe they think there is. I believe there is. Well, what's that ceiling for him? So your backups are actually pretty exciting as well behind the starting 5.
So the Broncos check every category that Daniel Jeremiah says they have to be a championship football team. They have the quarterback. Bo's going to be better. He has to be a little bit better. They have the playmakers on offense and defense. Huff's got to be a little bit better. I can't just say he's going to be better, but I'd hope he's on the jugs machine this offseason. The quality offensive linemen, they check that box with quality depth. And then the pass rushers, I like what you said, Cease. You can pick Benito, Cooper, Allen, and then who else steps up in that role as soon as this year.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about this team. And by the way, with Zach Allen, do you think Aaron Donald's coming back?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see him work out? He's like posting these workout videos.
He's got the workout video, hashtag ain't done. The song's something about coming back or something. It's all cryptic in his posts.
The last guy to have those 40-plus pressures from the defensive tackle position, not named Zach Allen, is Aaron Donald.
Wow.
He could come back and do it again. The Rams, Rams are going to be a problem.
Yes, they
Rams are going to be a problem.
A major problem. Hey, remind everybody, it's your last week here for your chance to win everything you need for a perfect day out at the lake, and all you have to do is download the Denver Sports app to get entered. If you win this contest, you get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, and $250 on a gift card. Weather's warming up, so you're going to want all that good stuff. You can get it by simply downloading the Denver Sports app and entering our Day at the Lake contest. It is as simple as that. We always want someone from the tribe to win our prize. Our boy Drake's checking in from Jimmy John's over in Lakewood. Hope y'all are good, and we're locked in 10-2 with a do. And enjoy your days.
Nice.
We always appreciate that. Our boy from Smoking Wills is checking in. He's in Golden today. Display the Colorado Q, listening to the best guys in radio. Appreciate you. We appreciate you, Robert. We thank you for checking in. As is our guy in Loveland, Joe, working for WS Barricade. He's in Southwest Longmont today, 75th Street, and the lane is closed. So take it easy. Cecil's a genius. Dover is smart. I like when Joe reads that. Joe knows how to get his text read.
Okay.
That's nice work there, Joe. I heard Dan Jacobs say it. He said, what is it, like flattery works on this show? Something along those lines.
It's like flattery will get you everywhere.
That's
is what
right.
He says.
That's right.
Okay.
That works here, too. So nice work from our boy Joe up in Loveland. Stay safe up there, Joe. All right, Cecil, let's continue our Broncos conversation. I saw something on NFL.com I wanted to get into. They talk about who the most underrated Bronco is. I want to find out if we agree with that. And then if there's an underrated, that has to mean there's an overrated, right? Who's that on the Broncos roster? That's coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
What's up, everybody? Cecil Lammy here for my friends, SodaDietAndNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Haven't gained the weight back. Why? Because with soda, I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And it's so fantastic to do weight loss the right way. There's no mystery pills. I'm not giving myself a shot, and there's no mystery chemicals that I'm putting into my body. This is knowing real food will bring you real results. And speaking of real, Soda got me a real nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist that would work with me one-on-one via text when I had questions, concerned, and just sometimes straight up needed encouragement. Your weight loss journey, you've got a friend, you've got help, and that is Soda. They can be there for you just like they were there for me. I look and feel 10 years younger. I got my confidence back, and right now you can join Soda, and your partner joins for free. That's 2 people. Real accountability for the price of 1. Soda changed my life, and I thank them so much. SodaDietNutrition.com. Call them up 866-800-SODA, because Soda is state-of-the-art.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house
all cash, and you can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is Denver Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trade Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 1 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1.
Give you a better chance to get your text read, and then the same deal while you're over there on that YouTube page. If you got an extra little click in you, hit subscribe for us. What's going on over
Oh,
there?
my God. Our buddy Pot Stoner Degenerate Jason says,
my boy.
what in the world is this, you know what, Miami Sound Machine Cecil?
What does that mean?
It means I look like I'm on Miami Sound Machine, I guess.
Oh, all right.
Come on, baby, won't you do that conga?
People were upset you were wearing your glasses still, too, as well.
They'll be all right.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you wear headbands and you got a cool new coat. I don't know what people are, you know?
It's all good. But it's my buddy Jason, and he's
in the crew, so he can
he's in the crew, and he's
do the ripping.
Already doing the, speaking of ripping, he's wake and bake guy, so he's plenty fine now.
That's how does a whole day work out like that? It's each their own, but he's got stuff going on later or not, Jason? All right, keep hitting us up, YouTube and the text line. Put your name on everything so we can give you a little love on the show as you guys, again, help us every single day tuning in. All right, so there was this article. NFL.com wrote about underrated players for every team across the NFL. I don't care about any of the other teams. I care about the Denver Broncos. I don't think it would be very hard for anybody to guess who they said was underrated or who is in this conversation. They go Jaquan McMillan. And McMillan has been a stud for this team. We all know what it was in the playoffs, in the game against the Bills, and the interception that he had that Bills fans still can't quite understand. But McMillan, at age 25, I don't have a ton of pushback from the NFL.com article that this dude is the most underrated player on the Denver Broncos. Not just defensively.
Yeah.
He is the most underrated player on the Denver Broncos.
I so want to say Marvin Mims. I
actually do want to talk about Marvin Mims.
Yeah, we will. But here's the thing about Jaquan McMillan. He's not even the most underrated of the defensive backs the Broncos have. Think about that.
Who's more?
Chris Abrams-Drain. Chris Abrams-Drain can be your next Jaquan McMillan, and he can't even get on the field because of Jaquan McMillan.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they've got an underrated stud playmaker in Jaquan McMillan. And yes, Buffalo, that was an interception. I ran into Bills fans that still hold on, like, that was a catch. Like, for the love of God. And it was not. It was clearly not.
I'm going to go ahead and side with the NFL, the replay system, and my own eyeballs on
and
that one.
99% of humanity that says that's not a catch. But either way, Jaquan McMillan, completely underrated because the dude's a stud, and Chris Abrams-Drain could be just as good, and he's behind him.
Yeah, the thing with J-Mac is, like, at least we know it's there.
Yes.
You and I see it from Chris Abrams-Drain.
Yeah.
I don't know that everybody else has got to see exactly what that dude can be, and honestly will be sooner rather than later. It just might not be in the Mile High City because of the logjam that's in front of him.
Right. They have that logjam of talent, and that's why competition is going to be fierce, incredibly fierce this year in training camp.
I wrote down other names for, all right, could we make an argument for a guy like, I don't know if it's going to be Troy Franklin or Pat Bryant that takes like wide receiver 3 and runs with it this fall.
Yeah.
But whoever wins that contest, could we look at one of those guys on the offensive side of like, all right, this dude might be a little underrated. I saw it again last night doing research for this segment. I'm like, dude, Troy Franklin had one of the quietest and almost disappointing 700-yard seasons in the history of football because we all go, oh, yeah, he didn't do enough. Because he did it all. He did all of his heavy lifting in like the first 7-8 weeks, and then was no longer a part of the equation.
Well, and I think in the first of the 700 yards, what was it, like 500-600 in the first 8 games?
It was 500 something,
and then nothing after that. So I get it. I see what people are saying, and he's a young receiver. It's always year 3. It's year 3 for receiver. It just takes that much time. It did for a lot of the greats. It does for a lot of the really good players. I don't know if Troy Franklin's going to be an all-time great, but I do know Troy Franklin is a really good player with more upside there. But I'm not really worried necessarily. I am monitoring the situation, but I'm not really worried about his production. It was curious how it fell off, but I'm not worried about it because I know entering his 3rd year, this is the prove-it year. This is where you should have known everything by now. What does it lead to in 2026? That's where Franklin's test is this season.
And then if there are underrated guys on the roster, there's got to be some overrated guys on the roster. I don't think anybody can give me any pushback saying that Adam Troutman is overrated. If we're doing the Sean Payton rating system,
right.
He is 100,000% overrated for what he is as an NFL player.
Yeah, so where along the team would there be people that said overrated? I know a lot of people are upset with Evan Ingram, and I actually have become, for whatever reason, an Evan Ingram defender this offseason.
Wow.
I think maybe it's because I can't say what I really want to say. Because of the stupid tweet from Jason La Canfora that was repurposed by local reporters saying, Jason La Canfora says that
He
I
said
don't
he'd
give a
be
damn.
cut, right? Wasn't that his thing?
Yeah, I don't give a damn. And that's completely inaccurate. So to me, I've been defending Evan Ingram because I know for a fact Ingram is incredibly excited about Davis Webb being able to call plays this year. Doesn't mean he hated Sean Payton. It just means a different look, different set of eyes. VJ would always say, we didn't have great eyes. Well, guess what? New set of eyes, Davis Webb running this offense. I think everyone should be excited about Evan Ingram, although I do see how some might say, oh, Evan Ingram, he was supposed to be the Joker. He's overrated. Maybe we'll say that after this year. Full disclosure, we may say that about Evan Ingram. Hey, that experiment didn't work, huh?
I mean, we don't. It didn't work in year 1.
Of course,
It
yeah.
did not work, but
Right.
we're not done with it for now. I said about the trade deadline, and we'll get a full gauge on who he is or is not.
All I would say is this. If it was still Sean Payton calling plays, I wouldn't be as excited about Evan Ingram.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's
That's
not.
fair.
It's Davis Webb. I'm excited about Evan Ingram.
Now, I know you have a reason for this.
Oh.
But what if I asked, like, could I look at Marvin Mims and go, wow, that dude's pretty good on special teams.
Yeah.
As a wide receiver, though, he might be a little of that overrated that we talk about. And some of that's not to his fault.
Right.
But how do they not see what we think is there for potential and not give him the opportunity? So this is kind of like my view through Sean's eyes. He must think Marvin's overrated because he doesn't even use the dude.
Man, if you knew Star Wars. Let me look upon you with my own eyes, as Anakin told his son. I would say this. Me and Marvin Mims Sr. were like the biggest Marvin Mims fans. I have seen Marvin Mims go from a fast kid that rounds out everything. He would run his routes. He's running his routes like this. I'm leaning for the non-YouTube audience, the radio audience. I'm leaning. So he would run routes, and it'd be like, I'm going this way. I'm going this way. He doesn't do that anymore. I've, you hear some things, and it doesn't mean that they're all accurate or all complete or whatever. I enjoy what I've seen from Marvin Mims in terms of his growth and development as a route runner. I know that every time the chips are down, Marvin Mims comes through. Well, what? Pat Bryant's banged up? I'll get you 8 for 93 and a tutty against the Bills in a playoff game. Are you kidding me?
That's nice.
Flipping Marvin Mims, man. Let's go. So I appreciate him, certainly as Pops does, and we appreciate Marvin Mims Sr. for being a proud Tribe member himself. I've heard enough. The best way to say this is merely this. From what I've heard, I don't think they like his route running as much as I do.
Like
and
it
that's
hasn't
fair.
improved enough for
exactly.
them.
That's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. If they have a standard for him as a route runner, and that's what it is specifically. It's not his hands. It's not his speed, obviously. It's not his willingness. Marvin Mims wants to crush your bones into dust. Like Marvin Mims should be like a defensive pass rusher because that's the type of attitude he has. He wants to hurt you. He wants to damage you. He does it with speed. He does it with tenacity. He's intense. He's I love Marvin Mims. But if what I've heard is correct, and again, I could be totally wrong, and the people I talked to were just making stuff up. But behind the scenes, they're not as happy about Marvin Mims' route running as I am. Mm-hmm. He's got another camp to prove them wrong and to prove guys like you and me and Marvin Mims Sr. right.
We'll see if he does it. It's just been a little disappointing. And again, I'm with you. I don't think that it's a lack of talent. I don't think they believe he's taken those steps that you just laid out.
Yep.
See what happens come late July and throughout the month of August during Broncos training camp. All right, there's another conversation to have in the NFL. It's the trades and everything that went down yesterday with being June 1st. We knew it was going to come. A.J. Brown going to the Patriots. We'll talk about what that means. But the bigger deal of the day yesterday, Steve's got to talk to you about what the Rams have now done and what it means for the rest of the NFL. That's coming up next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Denver Deck Builders has been building the highest quality decks for over a decade. With me is their owner, Ron Gibbous. You use only the best materials to handle all of Colorado's elements.
At least 90% of the time, our customers want composite decking, which is warranted for 30 years. So it's not going to rot, it's not going to freeze, and it's going to look good. And we use a custom rail builder that fabricates them in a shop, brings them, and installs them on site. So they're stronger than any rails that you can buy from a normal lumber yard.
Start dreaming about your outdoor living space. Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
We're hiring at Don's Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at donsgaragedoors.com.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our Bridal Design Gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but I'm not sure what to do. It's something we hear a lot at 303 Law 4040 from people. They've been hurt. They just don't know what to do next. Should they talk to the insurance company? Who's going to pay their medical bills? What if they have to miss work? They don't want to call a lawyer, and they certainly don't want to sue anyone, but they just don't know what to do. Here, take one of our small town clients. He was seriously hurt on his neighbor's property. Tough as nails, salt of the earth guy, and all he was looking to do was the right thing. He said, Dan, I have to live in this town, and I want to be able to hold my head up high when I walk down the street. So if you're talking about suing my neighbor, I'm not interested. I explained that we probably wouldn't have to sue anybody, and we certainly weren't going to hurt his neighbor. In the end, we got him $1.5 million, and he could still hold his head up high in that small town. If you've been hurt, you don't have to feel guilty for calling 303 Law 4040. We are here to help and fight for what's fair. We don't farm you out to a call center. In fact, we give all of our clients our cell phone numbers. We hope you never need us, but save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Try Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux boxes. Limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Freezes and specialty drinks not included. Tax extra.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, there are a handful of things happening yesterday in the NFL. Want to get to all of them? Pick Cecil's brain on what things mean in the AFC, and then the big one with the Rams coming up in a second. Don't want to have you miss out on our third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. It's happening this month. Saturday, June 27th, it's going down at All City Stadium at Denver South High School. If you've got kids that love the game between the ages of 8 and 14, come get some hands-on coaching from former Bronco players like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, and some coaches from the Denver South staff. All proceeds of this event benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters. So to get signed up, to get registered, you want to do it before it fills up, go to our website. That's denversports.com/camp, denversports.com/camp. All right, Cease, the big one was, of course, Myles Garrett. We touched on it briefly earlier with what Aaron Donald is saying now. The Rams have one of the best offenses in the entire NFL, and now they're looking at a possibility of having not just Myles Garrett, who led the league in sacks and is the Defensive Player of the Year. They might be getting Aaron Donald, all-generational defensive player again. If AD comes back, are we looking at like the Curry Warriors of they're going to the Super Bowl, just who's going to meet them there, and do they have a chance to beat them?
Yeah, who's going to meet them there, and then, oh my God, how in the world do you get past that defense if Aaron Donald returns?
Good thing Bo's good at getting rid of the ball, right?
Exactly, right. Get rid of the ball quickly and stay away from those guys. Aaron Donald is the definition. And Ndamukong Suh is afraid of Aaron Donald. That's the thing. He's the definition of arriving at the play with bad intentions. So if that's the case and you have Myles Garrett, my goodness, that team, they put all their chips in, right? They go for it. We will have a conversation about executives with KSE in a little bit because it's the Rams seem to operate the Rams fine. It's mind-boggling. And then talk about it all the time. Thank you, VJ. It is mind-boggling. And then talk about it. Well, they run a thing with the soccer team and the Rams. Avs and Nuggets are like LeBron with the J.R. Smith. Huh?
We got the same owners?
Look what you do with the dang soccer team and look what you do with the Rams. You can't do that with us. So, interesting conversations, no doubt.
Yeah, so that went down, and yeah, the Rams are dangerous. The Rams are scary. They could host the Super Bowl and play in it at their own stadium. And then, of course, A.J. Brown. We knew it was going to happen. It took a little bit longer into the day to get it done, but A.J. Brown is now officially a New England Patriot. They've added a couple of weapons now for Fake May and the New England Patriots. It's interesting to me. One, people are on the internet accusing A.J. Brown of faking his Patriots fandom. He posted on his Instagram like photos of him in a Patriots jersey as a little baby. He's like 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah.
But he's got the Nike swoosh on the jersey.
They didn't have that
And
then.
they didn't have the Nike swoosh.
Reebok.
The league was sponsored by Reebok back then, so people were like, you're AIing to try to get the fans to make you think that you've been a fan of this team your entire life.
It's happened before.
Yeah, I bet it
I'm
has.
not going to bring up how it's happened before with Photoshop pictures of what someone did when they were younger, where they worked, perhaps, or the teams they rooted for.
Yeah.
But if you know, you know, and I guess that's part of the thing now. Just be authentic. Like when we see big fella Joker in the old Nuggets jersey, like that's cool, right? Little chubby Joker as a kid, running around, old school. And by the way, I love that logo. It's not my favorite, the Crayola Nuggets.
With that baby blue.
The Kimby, that's my favorite. But the old school, like McDice, Fawns, like that sort of Nuggets logo, that's pretty cool as well. So yeah, just be authentic. And I guess in a day of AI and all that, some people are going to choose to be different.
I hate the fact that McDaniels has had Josh McDaniels, who's going to be calling the plays, has so much success with first-year wide receivers.
Right.
We could go back and see what he did with wide receiver Brandon Marshall here in their first year together. He gets guys at 12, 13, 1,400 yards in year number one before the rest of the league figures it out, which sucks because I hate Josh McDaniels, I hate the Patriots, and I never want anything good to happen to A.J. Brown. I think he's the definition of a cancer in a locker room guy, and good things shouldn't happen to bad people.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Well, get ready for it to perhaps happen. It does help their cause when it comes to this playoff picture, but I'm still going to stick by my story because we already knew this was coming. We already knew this was going to happen. We already knew this was in the cards. If you want to bring up Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel and their relationship we're not supposed to talk about, then sure, we can bring that up.
I wonder how they celebrated.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Like, hey, it happened. It finally happened, that thing that we colluded for and set up, allegedly, or what do I have to say.
Her husband definitely has her location on now.
I believe so, yes. Or whenever I see, and I could name some names today. Sorry to my friends, I have a shared Facebook with their wives and their ladies, but it just means somebody cheated. That's all that means.
That's exactly what that
I have
means.
a shared Facebook because somebody's running around.
You will have no access to messaging anybody without me having the approval of that.
You are not going to get an invite to a pants party anymore because I have your Facebook.
That's exactly it. All right, well, with the addition of Romeo Doubs and now A.J. Brown, are we looking at the Patriots offense being more dangerous and dynamic than the Broncos offense?
Yeah.
Or does Jalen Waddle even that out?
Yeah, Jalen Waddle evens that out. It's different styles.
Are Romeo Doubs and A.J. Brown better than Jalen Waddle and Cortland Sutton?
No, they're not. And Cortland Sutton's better than Romeo Doubs, and I really appreciate Romeo Doubs. And then Jalen Waddle, A.J. Brown, different styles receivers, but if you say like they're both in the top 7 range, I think that's fair.
And there's no headache with Jalen.
Yeah, it's just A.J.'s more like Sutton, and then Waddle's more like Doubs in this scenario. And Waddle's like 1,000 times better than Romeo Doubs. And Sutton, while not as good as A.J. Brown, it's not a complete like wide gap. There's a gap for sure. A.J. Brown's better than Cortland Sutton, but it's not by much.
No, it is not by much at all. One other thing that happened yesterday, now it's all minimum deals, so I don't know how much it even matters, but you see the Giants signing every what we think is old and washed up wide receiver yesterday? They added 3 different wide receivers, all on minimum deals, and all, according to Harbaugh, would have to prove it to make the roster. Beckham, Berrios, and Smith-Schuster were all signed by the Giants yesterday. I like the idea of like throwing stuff at the wall for your young quarterback and see what sticks. But again, it's just guys that have never had major success on their teams. Odell, I guess, because of injury and then his dad going crazy in Cleveland. But are these guys going to help Jackson Dart at all or just be a major distraction throughout training camp, yelling about how badly they need the ball?
Right, and that's the thing where when you look at these guys, you had an injury to Gunnar Olszewski with the Giants, and that's why they signed Berrios. Odell Beckham played for John Harbaugh with Baltimore in 2023. We'll forget about that because who remembers Odell Beckham with the Ravens? But he was there in 2023, so you've got kind of like, you know what I want, you know my playbook, you know my coaching style. Let's teach these young guys what that's like. And, ODB's still going to, I call him ODB. ODB's still going to bring some cachet with what he has in terms of his veteran experience there. And then Juju Smith-Schuster's like, oh, I guess. Good luck making the team. But I think Beckham will fit, and Barrios definitely fits because they lost Gunnar Olszewski for the year.
Okay, that's already happening there.
Yeah, Achilles, yeah. So he had an Achilles.
Okay.
So, yep.
Yeah, interesting stuff happening because it is June 1st. A bunch of teams are participating in their OTAs, so we should learn a little bit about the NFL, some of these major teams that we got our eyes on throughout the week. And, of course, we will be keeping an eye on the Broncos. They'll be getting done underway today, done Thursday before they come back next week. All right, hour one done. Let's get into quarter number two. Remember when Vic Fangio used to say the term false positive? He loves saying that term. When it comes to our local teams, who are the false positives after all three of them broke our hearts in the Broncos, the Nuggets, and the Avalanche? We're going to start with the Avalanche and Nuggets today and get to the Broncos tomorrow. So who were some false positives for the Colorado Avalanche, and how worried should Avs faithful be about the fact that Chris McFarland is going to have a job interview with another team this week? We'll talk about that and share the details coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise with Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 1 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Go.
Avalanche, seeing it from a few folks on Twitter. I am currently staring at a tweet from Emily Kaplan, at Emily M. Kaplan, and she writes this on social media. The Colorado Avalanche have granted the Nashville Predators permission to speak with General Manager Chris McFarland.
Okay.
The reports were, these guys are first to report it. I don't care who's first to report it. I'm not a journalist. I'm hearing the expectation is the deal gets done for McFarland to go to Nashville. And I mean, if he's meeting with them today, this week, that means that a deal would be done as soon as this week. Now, for all of you Avalanche fans going, what the hell?
What?
Why would they let him do that?
What the what?
They can't stop him. Nashville is offering a promotional position. Where Super Joe sits right now as president of hockey operations is exactly what the Preds want Chris McFarland to come in and do for their organization there in Nashville. So it's a bump in pay. It's a better title. And you get all say as to what goes on, just like Joe does with the Avalanche, working with Chris. Chris would then have a GM under him that gets final say in everything that goes down in the Preds organization. So I get it. It's frustrating. It's like, man, what are we doing here with KSE executives?
Yeah.
But they can't stop this
They
one.
can't stop this one unless they wanted to promote him themselves and give him a little bit more power.
Joe.
Exactly, right? So you've already got Super Joe there. Chris McFarland has been fantastic for this team. But here's the thing. You know, there's many things in life that you kind of want to avoid. And one of them is being a mistake repeater. Why is this Masai Ujiri and Tim Conley all over again? Isn't that what it feels like? It feels like that. Like you're going to lose.
It doesn't to me, honestly.
It doesn't?
It doesn't.
Really?
Because
Okay.
this is Tim Conley and Masai Ujiri was literally about dollars. The Nuggets, both cases, the Nuggets ownership didn't want to pay what it would have cost to keep them around.
How ornery do you want me to be today?
Very.
So are you giving KSE an excuse here?
It's not an excuse. I think it's the fact.
Okay.
They can't. Now, if it were, hey, McFarland's going over to be the GM of the Preds and they're doubling
It's
his
a lateral
salary,
move or whatever.
I go, what the hell are we doing here? Cheapskates have struck again. But this is like they can't really do anything. There's two things.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Two things are true at the same time.
Uh-oh.
They're cheapskates.
Yes.
No doubt about that.
Yes.
But they also can't do anything here.
Okay. That those are two different things that are true themselves individually.
Both are true about the Cronkies.
Exactly. Both are true about the Cronkies in this situation. And if you can't do anything, then you just wish him well on his way out.
I mean, what you could do, now we can get in the cheapskate conversation.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's no salary cap on executives, right?
Right.
In any sport.
Right.
So if they wanted to keep Chris around, and maybe you have to have, I don't know if it's an uncomfortable conversation or not, but you bring Joe into the room and you go, Chris, we really want you. We want to see this through. We want you to win a ring as a general manager and not as the assistant like you did the last time.
Right.
We're going to match their pay. You just don't get the title. But when Joe decides to leave, and you wink over at Joe, right, in the middle of the conversation, it's your job in the waiting.
Right.
They could do that and figure out how much Chris McFarland actually likes working for the Colorado Avalanche. Now, let's all answer that question. What would you do? If you're Chris McFarland, they offer you the same pay but not the title, and you could go get it over there, are you going?
Yeah, and
because I'm probably going.
You're going to a Nashville team that's not as stacked as the Colorado Avalanche. Colorado Avalanche are absolutely stacked, so with a few tweaks here and there, you hopefully can get over the top. Why haven't they got over the top yet?
It's a great question.
I don't put that on Chris McFarland, though. Of all the struggles that we've talked about with the Colorado Avalanche and, like, why do they fall short? Why are they this wagon? Why are they this powerhouse? And then Vegas is able to sweep you. It was tough seeing a lot of Golden Knights gear this weekend. I will tell you that.
About it?
I did talk to a few about the games and say, hey, I'm from Colorado. Take it easy on me. Could you buy stuff from me to feel bad for me? But it's like one of those things. Like they know their opportunities. They take it and they go for it. That's why that team seems every time you blink, Vegas is in the finals, the Stanley Cup finals. So with this whole situation, they have fallen short. I never really have blamed Chris McFarland.
Me neither.
You've done as much as you can with the goaltending thing, as far as you can. It doesn't mean you just give up, but like, what's the other formula that you could have there when you're in the situation that you are, where you have the certain assets and draft assets that you have or don't have? If you're McFarland, like, all right, where's been the flaws in what Chris McFarland has done? He's found players that work. He's found values that work, and he continues to build a quality roster for this team. I don't want to lose him. But it just seems like with a promotion, with a different team, he could go elsewhere, put his stamp on, have all of the power, all of the control. I'd be happy for him, but it would stink for the Avs.
And we were talking about it before we cracked the mics and had this conversation of, like, for us specifically, for fans and media around the trade deadline, Chris McFarland is brilliant at what he does. Gives us talking points. He goes all in. He's willing to sacrifice players that have to be sacrificed to make the moves that he wants to get done. It would be a gut punch. There's no doubt about it. But I also, this is my Carmelo thing. I have a hard time being mad at somebody that, whatever Chris McFarland thinks, if Chris McFarland thinks Nashville's a better job than Colorado and it fits he and his family a little bit better, I have a hard time being the guy that's like, don't take that job.
Right.
Better your life. If you think it betters your life, dude, it's all good.
Now you've got me scared.
Why?
Even more scared. Kev, you're not going to leave us to go to Nashville, are you? Like, I know you love
He
Nashville.
follows Chris McFarland?
And it's your spot, but you're not going to follow Chris McFarland, are you, to go to some Nashville? There's no equivalent to Dover and Cecil, first off. Full stop right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
certainly not Nashville.
Not anywhere. Not anywhere. So please, Kev, just tell us you'll stay. I don't control your money. I wish I did, because we'd all be rich.
Yeah.
But, like, you're not going to leave Nashville compared to Denver. What kind of appeal is it
that's
here?
a great question.
It's better there than here.
Wait, what?
For many reasons.
Hold on.
Wait a second. You're not supposed to say that. Y'all don't say that. Y'all don't say that, Kev. We love that. We love the Mile High City. What's going on?
But there's other reasons why it's better there than here. But where's Bo Nix play?
Oh, he plays right here in the Mile High City.
Okay. Well, if you're Chris McFarland, like the appeal of moving, everything across the country, going to Nashville,
What Leonardo DiCaprio say? I'm not going anywhere.
I'm not flipping leaving.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I'm not flipping leaving.
That's a Leonardo right there.
That's Kevin, since Bo Nix is here in the Mile High
I'm not
City.
flipping leaving.
I'm not flipping leaving.
I mean, for McFarland, Nashville is a good hockey spot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when they're Smashville, it is on in that town. So for him to regroup there, I think they have good owners there in Nashville. I think if he could get a promotion and leave to go there, I think he could build that
It's an
team.
appealing spot. And you mentioned
It
the
is an appealing
fans.
spot.
Like, they're nuts about him
Yeah,
out
they are.
there. Not that Avs fans aren't nuts here, but, like, there's a lot of appeal. Not only the city, not only the fans, but ownership, as you mentioned. And ownership matters.
You think there's any conversation with Chris and his agents and then his personal life and his family of, like, let's strike while the iron's hot? He just built the best team in hockey.
Yeah.
I don't know that he wouldn't get this offer down the road.
Right.
But
Yeah.
here it is right in front of you, and you have some leverage of, like, look at the team I just built. Yeah, they crapped the bed in the playoffs,
Yeah.
but I built the roster and gave them the opportunity.
Kev, you surprised me with the Nashville thing, but I do like what you said, because here's the thing. And this is really going to hurt. I'll do the Martin Lawrence to Dave Chappelle. Get ready. This is going to hurt a little bit. You have to, with your family, have the conversation of, I work for the Cronkies. Doesn't matter what I do, I'm always going to be underpaid.
Mm-hmm.
Always. Mm-hmm. And this ain't friends business. This is show business.
Right. That's right.
This is the business of hockey. This is business, right? So in business, I'm going to look at the owners. First off, if I work for Greg Penner, hi, Greg, please hire me. If I work for Greg Penner, I ain't going anywhere. I'm doing everything that guy says because I know I'm going to do the great work and I'm going to get rewarded for that.
As long as there's a 3% raise every year. Agreed.
And if you're Chris McFarland, no matter what you do, you're always going to run into that wall. There is a ceiling, not a glass ceiling, but there's a ceiling. Mm-hmm. It's the Kroenke ceiling. It's
and
pretty
he's
low.
well aware.
Yes.
Aware.
Yes. So you're going to get a promotion in Nashville, potentially, if he takes this job, and then have an ownership where maybe the ceiling is higher. I would venture to guess it is.
I would as well. So we'll figure it out. But all the big dogs, all the national reporters are saying that this thing is as good as done. And we'll figure out how quickly that goes down.
Doesn't it feel like it's as good as done?
It does. It does feel like it.
That sucks.
It does. It's tough. He's built this team. He's given us a ton of reason to have hope. Now, the roster will still be there. Just how aggressive will they or won't they be come trade deadlines if C-Mac's doing his dance for the Preds and no longer the Avalanche? All right, we didn't get to that false positive conversation, but let's do it. We'll continue with the Avalanche. Who were the false positives for them in their flame out of the postseason? And then the same question for the Denver Nuggets. We'll answer it coming up next.
Thunder and Spurs are loaded, and the Nuggets might need Payton Watson to keep pace. But re-signing him could push Denver past the second tax apron. So, how does Denver thread the needle?
He can't go anywhere. There's a lot of different ways for them to be able to keep Payton Watson. You don't want to go into the second apron. Okay, we don't want to do that. So that's a non-starter.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event? You don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you in the market for a new air conditioner? Well, hold on. You need to think about a heat pump. It cools and heats your home. My team at ROX are Colorado's heat pump experts and rebate specialists. Get up to $12,000 in energy rebates and credits. These savings are incredible, but they're only available for a limited time. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
John Anderson, the voice of Yes, is coming to the Paramount Theater. An evening of progressive rock mastery with one of the most recognizable voices in music. Yes epics, classics, and more featuring John Anderson and the band Geeks. July 8th, 7:30 p.m. at Paramount Theater. Tickets on sale now at ParamountDenver.com. Don't miss John Anderson with the band Geeks for an unforgettable night. Brought to you by Danny Salisco Presents.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
We do, and you will too when you see Tacori.
Handcrafted in California, Tacori rings have design details you won't find in any other diamond engagement rings.
Including Tacori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Tacori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Tacori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Tacori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. You'll find all your Tacori jewelry at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, along with one of the largest selections of certified loose diamonds in the state, all at the guaranteed best price.
So come, fall in love with the Tacori ring she's always dreamed of.
Tacori at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, where Colorado shines, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 104.3 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are actually learning a little bit more about this Chris McFarland to Nashville deal that's going on right now. Learned a little bit more during the break that we just had, and we're going to share that in just a moment. One more reminder about our Day at the Lake contest going on our app right now, and you have until the end of the week to participate, get signed up, and hopefully, sooner rather than later, someone's calling you and say, you are our big winner. Download the Denver Sports app and enter the Day at the Lake contest. It's going to give you a chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. There you go. If you win, you get a couple paddle boards, a couple chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, and we'll preload a Visa gift card with $250 on it for you to fill up your cooler or your gas tank to get you out to the lake. You cannot win if you don't play, and you play by downloading the Denver Sports app and entering our Day at the Lake contest today. Right now, get it done. All right, Elliot Friedman has the latest cease when it comes to Chris McFarland. This is not going to take very long at all. We're going to have this deal announced by the time we're done today.
I'd say by check your X, it's coming. I mean, before the noon sweep, it's coming.
Things are moving along. We will see when it officially closes, but the Nashville Predators are closing in on with Chris McFarland to be the organization's new president of hockey operations and general manager. The final sentence of this tweet reads, "It's going to get done, period." That's it. So Chris McFarland is out of here.
Today is the day we say goodbye to Chris McFarland, and when it's official, I'll have more well wishes for him. But this absolutely sucks from Av's standpoint. Like, you lose a guy that was so integral to your foundation, your core, and your franchise, and the wagon that you had built. Again, regular season wagon. Damn it, falling short in the postseason. You have to wonder a few things. Did the Avs know this happened, and that's why we haven't had any sort of presser? Some would say it's because Josh is over there dealing with the soccer team. That's fine, whatever. But did they kind of feel this was going to happen? Great job by Nashville, by the way. I hate to give credit to the Predators.
Right.
But you're going to go make this strong move. Get him both roles? You're giving him both roles.
Now there's nobody. He doesn't have to debate with anybody. He can say, I want that player.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get that player.
Yeah, so my fear is does he turn Nashville into the Timberwolves? You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, that's...
Unfortunately, he doesn't have to. Las Vegas has that roster.
Las Vegas has that locked up. Okay,
Yeah.
well, what about, where's Dallas in this conversation?
So does Dallas, yeah.
You
Alex said
just
it too.
created another monster elsewhere and by your own design, because Chris McFarland's a hell of an executive. And I know Super Joe would say that as well. I know Josh Kroenke, whenever he gets over here, would say that too. And it's one of those things, like, it's just the business. It's just kind of where you're at. What do the Avs do? How can they turn this, into a positive? They're going to have to lose one of the best executives in the NHL, and they'll do that with Chris McFarland. It's going to become official in the very near future.
And then we have to wonder who takes Chris's job. Is it it's KSE. It's probably a promotion from within, because then they get to lowball that person as well, and it's just sort of how they do it. Now, they've been very lucky and fortunate, and some of that is hard work of finding the Masais, finding the Tim Conleys, giving Chris McFarland his first opportunity, and then getting out of the way when he started to rise through the ranks. They're really good at that. But then when it's like, hey, we created this monster, now it's time to pay the piper, that's when they tuck tail in and run back to their, gold-plated mansion.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's this team is so good. What's the answer to get them over the top in the postseason? And losing Chris McFarland, is that a positive? No, I don't see it as that.
Not at all.
And it doesn't really matter who they hired. You're going to have big shoes to fill with Chris McFarland in the very near future, likely to move on to the Predators.
And it is being reported that they're going to get it done today. There will be an announcement today.
Yes.
And you're right. I hadn't even thought about that. Like, hey, why haven't you talked to Bednar? Well, because the Preds had already reached out and said, can we have the permission?
Yeah.
It was just granted for today, and now the deal is going to be done. So I would imagine, end of season presser is coming when this is official, and they'll say, hey, this is what we're doing with Jared Bednar, and these are our plans to interview candidates for the now open general manager job.
Yeah, the now open general manager job, and you're gonna step in immediately with cup or bust expectations.
How about that?
Good luck.
How about that?
It's invigorating as a potential executive.
You'd
have to be
I get
excited.
to go manage the roster that has Nathan McKinnon on it.
Exactly. Cale Makar, Gabe Landeskog. You're set up. Don't screw it up. And better than that, get them over the top.
It's interesting too. What will their decision be with Bednar, and does it tie to a new general manager? A new general manager is going to come in here and get a 5-year contract.
Yeah.
Bedsy's a sitting duck, which I don't mind. I think that's how it should be for this next season, but are they just not tied together? And then that new general manager, you tell them, like, hey, you will get to choose the coach if this doesn't work out with Bednar next year.
Another thing in sports and in life, one of the worst things is to waste time. And we know Jared Bednar is a lame duck, right? New GM, lame duck coach. That sounds like a waste of time to me. Doesn't it to you? Doesn't it sound like you give it a year?
I know Jared has like some seniority, but wouldn't there be a power struggle?
There would be, that's not my guy.
Yeah.
There would be, I gave him the stuff, and then he's doing this, and his adjustments in the postseason don't work, by the way, and then it's his fault. So basically what you're doing, to be cheap or not to be cheap, is that what Josh wakes up every day like Shakespeare? To be cheap or not to be cheap? That is the question. I'm a billionaire. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It's just everyone that works for me can't make any money. Sorry, guys. I look at it and I go, doesn't it sound like a waste of time? And I don't want Jared. I didn't want to lose Chris McFarland. And that's going to happen. I appreciate Jared Bednar. Is this a complete change, an overhaul of general manager and head coach? Does it need to be? Does it say that now Bednar should feel better about being a lame duck? I don't think anyone feels better about being a lame duck. And to me, a lame duck head coach and a new general manager, unless you win it all this next year, which is possible, you're just wasting another year. You've wasted another year of How many more years does Gabe Landeskog have?
That would be both of their teams.
You wasted another year of prime days, the prime days for, of course, Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon. You've wasted another prime year for those two. It's just not the spot you want to be in if you're the Colorado Avalanche. This just got even more complicated.
Mm-hmm. And it's going down. It's happening today. Chris McFarland will no longer be an employee by the Colorado Avalanche. I think you're right, Cecil. This might happen before noon. It's certainly happening before 2 o'clock when we're out of here. Chris McFarland is on his way to Nashville, and now the Avs have a very big seat to fill with questions about what the future is of their head coach. Very, very interesting times down at Ball Arena. We got to give a shout-out to our boy Rob from Cortez, and A1 from Day One says, "Good morning, boys and the tribe. Got some awesome news today. I walked into work, fired up the computer to map some power circuits for Empire Electric in the Four Corners area. My boss walks in, hands me a $2,600 a year raise. So, beer's on me for the tribe," says Rob from Cortez. We say it all the time, Cecil. Hard work always pays off. Rob, you've done it.
Yep.
You're a hard worker, and you got rewarded for it today. Hard work always gets paid off.
Yep.
100%
Congratulations, my man.
That is awesome. Rob, we are fired up for you and appreciate that. Our boy VJ checking in. Oh, I like when they hit the government. VJ Gomez here, working as a behavioral health technician, diehard Broncos fan. Oh, no. I hate to say it, but they'd have to trade Mims and Bryant. I don't know about both, but one may be on the block at the trade deadline if things don't get right. I can't give up on Pat Bryant. I don't think you are yet either.
No, oh God, no.
We're both big fans of Pat Bryant.
Yeah, he's got to stay healthy. Got to keep him healthy. Bo's got to stop throwing him into contact. So, yeah, we'll keep watching that.
Yeah. Oh, this is fun from Steve. Bedsy gets the GM job. Carl gets the head coaching gig. I'm not sure Bedsy's quite ready to move upstairs yet.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work, but I know there's a lot of Carl fans out there to be sure.
All right, we'll get back to that conversation. Let's do the false positives with the Nuggets. There's plenty of Avs talk to be had throughout the offseason. What were some of the false positives, Vic Fangio's old favorite term, for these Denver Nuggets that maybe we should have seen coming before they were eliminated by the Timberwolves? That's coming at you next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach Bai in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach Bai, head to ZachCares.com.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose by treating people, not just patients. With innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal. At Common Spirit Health, clinical excellence lives here. Human kindness lives here. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They're changing your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Memorial Day savings are going on now at Mountain High Appliances Clearance Center. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Save up to 60% on brand new appliances from Bosch, GE, LG, KitchenAid, and more. Amazing savings on out-of-box, discontinued, and floor models. Plus, we'll match any local competitor's price. Visit us today and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic. Our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters. Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
You're hearing this right now. So are your customers. That's radio. It still works. But your customers don't live in one place anymore. Tonight they're streaming Denver's biggest game on their TV. Tomorrow they're deep in the most popular podcast in the country. Next week, all three, all over again. We build one campaign that reaches them everywhere. Radio, streaming TV, podcasts, all under one roof, all measured, all working together. That's not a pitch, that's a system. DenverSports.com. Let's build yours.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair.
True Green. Stop doing it yourself and get a golf course quality lawn the easy way from the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Sign up today at truegreen.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 1 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover.
Said it would happen before Check Your X, and boy, were you right. It's official. Chris McFarland's done with the Colorado Avalanche, and he is with the Nashville Predators. Both teams have actually already sent out a tweet. The Colorado Avalanche have done it 60 seconds ago. It's a picture of Chris with the cup, and it says, CMAC, thank you for 11 seasons of hard work and dedication to our organization and for helping bring another Stanley Cup to Colorado. We wish you all the best. That's from the Colorado Avalanche themselves. And then Predators, I don't have the tweet in front of me right now, but they've also tweeted it out. Welcome, CMAC, to the team. So it's over. It's done. The Colorado Avalanche need a new general manager.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're looking for a new general manager. What does that mean for Jared Bednar as a lame duck coach this year? And will they lose another executive? Specifically, I'm thinking of Andrew Wilson, their salary cap guy, works in salary cap management, contract negotiations, and contract bargaining agreements, the CBA administration. So you would wonder, and we see this, right, when there's an exodus, we see a coach or a GM can take a lot of his guys. The Avs have two assistant GMs. Andrew Wilson is the guy that I've tagged as potentially another executive that could be gone as well, because if you're Chris McFarland, you want people you can trust. If you're a salary cap guy and a CBA guy and a contract negotiation guy, that sounds like someone to have on your side now that you're in what the kids say is Smashville.
Smashville welcoming Chris McFarland.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's a who's up, who's next for the Colorado Avalanche. We'll continue to monitor that, pick the brains of some folks. We'll probably have to check in with our buddy Evan Rawal sooner rather than later. All right, now with false positives. Let's get to this conversation. You guys remember this, right?
You can get a false positive. You can get a false negative.
That's from our old buddy Vic Fangio. I don't know if he's our buddy, but our old coach in Vic Fangio. I kind of like the fact that he was yelling at Justin Simmons in front of everybody, so I'll call him my old buddy. I could put that out there now, right? He's gone. He's retired. It's all good.
Yeah. And even Justin's talk about, well, that was with Sean Payton. Vic Fangio and Justin did
They had a full-on blowout.
Yeah,
in the
they
locker
did not
room.
see eye to eye.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
And it was awesome. So for the Denver Nuggets, what were some of their false positives? I think first and foremost, the one that stands out to everybody would be Christian Brown, right? The false positive that was this kid got a new contract. He's going to live up to said contract. He's already a top-tier defender. What happens if he adds offensive ability? Spoiler alert, Cease. You know this. I know this. The Nugs fans know this. He didn't. And it doesn't look like he's going to add some of that offensive spark. So I think the biggest false positive, if you wanted to call it that, it's Christian Brown for the Denver Nuggets. That dude was a major disappointment this season and then certainly in the playoffs.
Right. It's one of those things where I am hoping there was some ankle injury specifically that didn't allow him to be the offensive threat that he could be, but it even robbed him of his dunking ability, his leaping ability, any sort of like getting up there for a rebound. Like he just didn't look the same athletically. So I'm going to put a pin in it, monitor. It definitely was disappointing. There's zero way to dance around that. But I want to know, was it some sort of injury that he was able to play with but was only at about 75% instead of at 100%? How close does he need to be 100% to be the factor that this team needs him to be? A lot of questions will be answered this next season with CB.
Yeah, he's certainly one of them. Got to figure out how to shoot the dang basketball and not lose confidence when you miss those shots that you're taking. Another name that can be talked about, I think everybody knows how I feel about the dude at this time, is Jamal Murray. Great regular season. He was one of several Nuggets that did not show up at all in the postseason. I have a difficult time calling Jamal the false positive this season. And you know why? Because he's been a false positive his entire career until this season. I think Jamal is this guy, can be this guy. It's why I was at his neck so long. So I don't look at Jamal as a false positive. If you want to narrow it down to the playoffs and call it that, I'll probably go there with you. But in the regular season, Jamal was a stud.
Yeah, it was a stud, and that's the thing. He was a stud for almost the entirety of the year. You know, you can't expect one to be balls out 82 games. Jamal was really good for a majority of his games in the regular season. Postseason got to be better, but postseason Jamal's never been a problem until this year when regular season Jamal was awesome, and then postseason Jamal reared his ugly head as a problem, not as the usual like playoff Jamal. Playoff Jamal is just kind of who he is now, but be that way all the way through, including the postseason, please. I don't think Jamal is a false positive at all whatsoever.
Me neither. You and I are on the same page there. Val Nichushkin. That'll be tomorrow when we talk about the Avs false positives. Jonas Valanciunas. Is he a false positive? Or, you know what I probably should have brought up before Christian Brown, the actual biggest false positive is their coach in David Adelman. He's the little engine that never will. Shapiro was sitting in your seat the last couple days, and he thinks Adelman will be a good head coach at some point. I just don't know that I buy that. I don't know that I can call Big Val the false positive. It's because of the coach not knowing how to use it and falling in love with small ball when your roster says you should go other way.
Yeah, and when Valanciunas at times did come through for you in the way that you needed him to, and that's the thing. And honestly, I don't think it'll matter because I don't think he's coming back.
Why would he?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and the Nuggets can save $9.3 million by letting him walk and stretching his salary over 3 years.
Right. So that seems to be what's going to happen. Was he a false positive? I'd say if there was disappointment, and there was, it was mainly just because of his usage.
Yeah, and if he was used the right way, I don't think anybody would feel that way.
No.
And we'd be talking about him coming back for his second year.
How many times did you hear me on this show say they've got a starting center as their backup big? He just was never really used the right way.
The other name that I think is interesting to talk about that you can't say was a false positive right now, but would we be having this conversation next year and not saying Christian Brown's name, but saying Peyton Watson's name, any worry for you that he's a false positive? You go give him $22 million a year.
Right.
And he's not this guy that can isolate, create his own shot, and be a threat to drop 30 any given night.
I'm going to answer your question with a question. How often in basketball does it happen? Because it happens in football. Guy's in a contract year, he's going to ball out, and then he's going to be like...
It happens in basketball even more.
Okay, then let's put a pin in it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case, and I do love that. Was it Bill Simmons? You guys probably talked about it when I was gone.
He called out the Cronkies?
Yeah, Bill Simmons was like, you've got the flipping money. Mm-hmm. You don't have to do this. You don't have to trade anybody. You don't have to trade Cam Johnson. You don't have to do these gymnastics. You've got the money. Just pay the penalty and keep Peyton Watson. So, yeah, I understand we're all trying to do the mental gymnastics of, like, trade Cam Johnson and then move this over here, but then how about this? And just pay the guy, and then you don't have to worry about it. And if you're all upset because you have to pay him, be upset at yourself because you paid Christian last year.
Yeah. I honestly, I will say there is some worry for me about Peyton Watson being a false positive.
I think it's fair.
And then Alex just said, too, a hamstring. Are we not worried about his hamstring? Lingering around at the rate that it did.
Why are these soft tissue injuries seemingly lingering?
I don't know. Give him the snickle fritz, dude. That's what lingerers get.
Okay.
But there'll be some changes to the coaching or the training staff. Not Felipe, but there'll be some moving around going on.
Not Felipe, because big fella's in his corner.
Yeah. Well, he will go to bat for one guy, and it's Felipe, the big fella.
Why doesn't he do that elsewhere?
I don't know. I wish he would. I absolutely wish he would.
They'd be better off if he did.
Yeah.
If Nikola just put his foot down and was like, I'm not playing for David Ottoman, or whatever the case may be, you would listen to Nikola Jokic. He has that power.
Yes, you would.
So you're going to do it with a trainer, but you're not going to do it with anybody else? You're not going to do it with the roster? You're not going to do it with the coaching staff?
Yeah.
It's curious.
Front office.
Curious, right?
Have to say anything.
Office. Yeah, exactly.
All right, we'll get back to that conversation. Like I said, false positives the rest of the week. We're going to do Avs, Broncos. They can't really do it with the Rockies. That's their entire organization.
Hey,
so
they're
far.
no longer the worst record in
That's
baseball.
Right. That's right. Yeah, I think the first few months were a false positive. Then we got to May when they won 8 games in a calendar month.
Y'all don't say that.
There are no expectations. They're okay right now. Want to remind everybody about our Be a Mentor, Be a Fan youth football camp. It's in 25 days. It's happening June 27th. It's sold out in the past, and we don't want you or your kids to miss out on the big day at All City Stadium. If the kids are aged 8 to 14 and want to get some hands-on coaching from former pros like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South, that's exactly what this camp's all about. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So to get signed up before it sells out, you got to hit up DenverSports.com/camp. DenverSports.com/camp to get signed up. All right, Cecil, let's check RX. What's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the people? I've got something for you New York Knicks fans coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, gentlemen, time to get real. Have a real personal conversation. But we're bros, right? We all reside in the tribe trust tree, so we can talk about this sort of stuff. I got to ask you about your sex life. You have one? You have a healthy one? Or do you come up with really bad excuses as to why you can't perform in the bedroom because you don't want to have a big boy talk about erectile dysfunction? What are you doing if that's the case? Deal with it. ED is something that can be taken care of, and in fact, over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments with success rate well over 90%. You might owe it to your partner to go an hour or more, and they can hook you up with that as well. You could be having sex as soon as the next day. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. If ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that brought you closer with your partner. First appointment's only $99. They'll draw your blood, give you a few options. One is to take a test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money. But it works in 90% of men. So stop with the excuses and start a conversation today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, are you on Team Gets It? We check our ex every day around 11:45.
Yes, you said you had something for us Knicks fans. I'm like, aren't you a Knicks fan now?
I had to share the news yesterday.
Okay.
That now that it's Wemby, I'm right back to hating the Knicks.
Wait, so if it was OKC,
I was Team
you'd
Knicks.
be on the side of
Ride
orange
with
and blue.
Cecil Lammy, yeah.
Orange and blue.
Yeah, mostly for you.
Okay.
Mostly
That's
for my
fine.
man.
Hey, I appreciate that.
But
Because
now
they
that
need
it's-
all the help they can get against
now that
Wemby.
it's not, I'm going full on
Yeah,
Team Wemby.
people have asked me, like, how do you feel? And it's Wemby. Tell me who has the combination to beat Wemby, and I'd feel better. I don't feel good at all because it's Wemby, and it looks like the Spurs can get another one over the Knicks like they did 26 years ago, which took 5 games.
Yeah.
Knicks luckily got one with Larry Johnson playing center because Patrick Ewing had an Achilles injury, and now Mitchell Robinson banged up. Like,
He's
how
just in his
confident?
day-to-day, but had the surgery to make him available.
How confident am I in the Knicks? Not at all.
So
not at all.
Jake, who was sitting in for you, he has a buddy that's a Knicks season ticket holder.
Okay.
And he was like, dude, I might be able to make like 6 figures on these tickets if I don't go to the games. And I was like, I don't know if you sell them. If you're a diehard Knicks fan,
right?
I'd be pretty hesitant to sell my tickets if I were the diehard fan. Now, I don't know what financial situations are for everybody. If I were a broke boy the way I am right now, I might consider selling some of those tickets.
6 figures for a couple of tickets? Yeah.
For a couple of the games
Yeah.
to go to.
Yeah.
You'd have to consider it. But I saw this from @KnicksMemes. I don't know if you follow it, but it'd be fun for you as a Knicks fan. He says, someone just asked me what my Knicks tickets would cost him for the NBA Finals. I told him about $5K. That's just to sit in one game. He asked me what the new price would be if I gave him a few games from my Mets season tickets as part of the package deal. I responded, $8K.
I love those type of tweets.
So, yeah, you're not getting into a Knicks game for anything under about $5,000.
Wow.
That's incredible. But it is the Mecca, right?
Yeah.
How would you expect it to be anything else?
Yeah, they saw nosebleed seats for the 99 finals were about $15. Nosebleed seats for these 15, 1-5. Nosebleed seats for this finals are in the thousands.
Yeah, different time, different era.
For sure.
Imagine if they win. That city will be on fire for 48 hours.
But like controlled fire, because crime drops by 45% when the Knicks play.
And then when they're out, look out, everybody.
Yes.
It could get dangerous.
Got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
In every
Okay,
which way.
there you go.
All right, last one from me. And you and I have talked about where the NBA is right now with some of their ratings.
Yeah.
Well, Wemby and SGA, they brought the boys back. They did video game numbers according to this tweet here. Spurs Thunder Game 7 generated 2 billion views across social media and impressions, making it the most viewed NBA game on social media ever. Game 1, when it was the overtime thriller, that also hit 1.9 billion views. So, with everything up in the air of the NBA of what's going to happen when LeBron leaves, I'll tell you what's going to happen. The league's going to get better because Wemby's here at 22 years old. Luka and SGA are both under 30 years old. Ant is under 25. Cade Cunningham is under 25 years old. Cooper Flagg, hate that I said it, but I did, Kevin. He's going to be a stud at some point. Will Tyrese Halliburton come back and return to form? I think that the NBA is in a really, really good spot in the post-LeBron era.
Yeah, and post-LeBron era, Adam Silver somehow is shining like you wouldn't think, right? And coming through because he's got to be proud and smiling from ear to ear, looking like Nosferatu, but hey, still the worst commissioner in sports in my opinion. But for good, basketball is a great sport, and the fact that more people are getting to enjoy it, maybe even hate watching the Thunder.
That's what it was.
If that's what it was, then yeah, so be it.
My entire Twitter timeline was just full of people celebrating the Thunder being out of the playoffs.
Okay.
And I was doing it too, so it was glorious for all of us. We all really, really enjoyed that.
Unless we get blown away, we're going to take Benito. Nick Benito, 64. Holy
Yeah, it's been a while since we heard that one. Cease, what's cracking on your timeline?
Well, first off, I've heard about this corgi that's perfect, and the Nosferatu, or not Nosferatu, Nostradamus, too many Nosses.
Perfect.
Nas.
Yeah, nice.
Can we get a little Nas on the show? Probably not. But anyway, Nostradamus in this corgi, I'm running across this cat that has a Knicks jersey on, and he goes to the bowl, and he picks the Knicks every single time.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's Knicks with a sweep. Whatever, again.
Oh, he says with a sweep?
Yeah,
even.
yeah.
Dang.
So do you trust the cat, or do you trust the corgi?
I think cats are weird and kind of gross. So I'm going with the
I think
corgi.
cats are awesome. Cats are incredible. It's like, pet me. Don't pet me. Leave me alone. Feed me. Yeah, leave me alone. Like, they're not as needy as, listen, you have a great wiener dog.
Thank you.
Right?
Yes.
But little Brucey can be a little needy, I'm sure, at times, right? A little needy.
Oh, yeah.
Cats,
a lot needy.
Cats are just like, I don't care.
They love me
They're
or
food
not,
in the bowl.
whatever.
Yeah, get out of my way. Like,
My cat disdain has come from a bad experience with a cat as a child.
Okay.
That attacked me while I was sleeping. And so I just assume all cats are evil.
No, the cat was possessed. So I think that was the
It
problem.
was my sister's cat, so I'm like, you taught that cat how to do that,
You
didn't
taught
you?
him to go after me, didn't you?
All right, well, the corgi is, Alex, what was it, 7-0 so far?
Yeah, I think they're 7-0 so far. So this corgi, they're kind of perfect.
Okay, so the corgi versus the cat, who is going to win?
I'm going to take the cat.
We will find out sooner rather than later. All right, let's try this one.
No, stop. It's
You can hear Troy yelling in the
Stop.
background still.
I know. Troy just keeps talking. I love Troy Rank. I absolutely love Troy Rank. This one's on mine from Jonathan Galt. 8 different teams have been represented in each of the last 4 NBA Finals. That's never happened before in league history. So not only will it's going to be 8 years in a row, right, with a different champion.
Mm-hmm.
You have 4 seasons, 2023 Nuggets Heat, 2024 Celtics Mavs, 2025 Thunder Pacers, 2026 Spurs Knicks. It's never happened in NBA history. where you have different teams represented in the last 4 NBA Finals. I know we just talked about the numbers and the ratings, and of course they're using online numbers. It means somebody scrolled past the video. They had 2 zillion views. Yeah, people scrolled past the video.
The NBA does do the best numbers on social
They do,
media because
and they
it's
do.
a global.
It's a
more
global
accepted as a
brand,
global
and
game.
they run their social networking really, really well. Now, unfortunately for NBA fans, the dirty truth is like I can just look at the highlights on Twitter and pretty much know what happened in the game.
You could turn on the fourth quarter and get a pretty good grasp.
Last
of
5
what
minutes of a
went down.
basketball game.
Yeah.
Basketball, like diehard basketball fans, tell Matt Moore this. He'll get pissed. Like, tell me the last 5 minutes.
Well, see, I'm with Matt. I don't like that either.
Yeah,
but you're right.
But
I
it's
can't
true.
argue the case.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's true. But it's so odd. Like, is it good to not have? I mean, we all would have hated OKC, right? I don't think there's a lot of hatred for the Spurs out there.
Not yet. It's coming.
Maybe Celtics just because of Boston and immediately draws hatred within it for various reasons, especially for certain types of people.
Yeah.
Anyway. Nuggets, Heat, I don't think there's any sort of like hatred there. But is it bad? Is it a bad product when there's not like some team that they can't get them out of the way?
Mm-hmm.
And it should have been, honestly, the Thunder.
I mean, villains are good for sports.
Yeah, so imagine if the Thunder were in the last 3 NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And they had one, and then they dropped one, and then who knows about this one. Like, that would be something for kind of the nation to rally around. So I just asked the Tribe. Tribe helps Tribe. Is it better that you have new finals matchups for the last 4 years, 8 different teams, or is it better to have that one team like the Warriors were?
Mm-hmm.
I actually rooted, full disclosure, I'm not happy about this, but I have to tell the truth. I actually rooted for LeBron against the Warriors when they
Because they were the villain.
Yeah, exactly. And they had 73 wins.
Mm-hmm.
And I think 1996 Chicago Bulls is the best team of all time. 72-10. Warriors went 73-9, and as MJ told the Warriors owner, one of them, on a PJ, 73 doesn't mean S.
Mm-hmm.
73 doesn't mean anything because
didn't win the title.
They didn't win at all. And that was because, and the Warriors were that team. They were kind of like, I don't want them to win again. You don't have that the last 4 years. Is that good or bad for the product?
That's an interesting question because like every league owner or commissioner is going to say, well, we're trying to create parity.
Yes.
Here's the NBA creating it, kind of landing in it by default. I don't want to say creating it. That gives Adam Silver too much credit. Landing in it by default with some of their rules changes, and the Nuggets were affected with aprons and sort of the situation that the league is in now with the new CBA. So I think for the league, they want us to believe that it's good. But I think for a fan, which you and I are before these microphones, it's not good. Because I want to hate somebody. I want there to be a villain, and I want there to be a hero, and I want to see the drama unfold between those two entities.
Of all sports, who's the best at parody? The NFL.
Yeah.
How many villains can you name in the NFL? A lot.
Everybody not named the Broncos or Colts.
Well, first and foremost, the Chiefs. The Chiefs are villains. They didn't make the postseason last year. They're villains. So, like, yeah, you kind of need villains. The better the villain. This is my comic book side coming out.
Yeah, I like this.
The better the villain, the better the hero.
Yeah,
the more powerful the villain. That's why I want the hard path. Everyone's like, I want a parade. All right, sit down, Pollyanna. You got plenty of parades to go to if you want.
Yeah.
How about this?
Who's Batman without the Joker?
Exactly. Batman's just beating up on fat-ass Penguin. Like, who gives a damn?
Who's Superman without? I don't know who his villain is. Lex Luthor. Thank you, Alex.
So we have
Kryptonite.
We have 2 country boys. Well, I mean, sorry, like city boys on country radio.
Yeah.
I'll be very nice. City boys on country radio, and then you have 2 big nerds with me and Alex.
Yeah.
So we're like crewing up.
Yeah.
We got a little dynamic here on this show.
I should have known Lex Luthor. That's on me. I should have known that one.
Yeah, he's a bald guy that's really rich. Wow, what a great power.
Yeah. That's a power I'm interested in achieving someday in my life. I'm definitely gonna get the bowl.
Wait, you'd shave your damn head if you were like super rich? You'd lose your hair?
Yeah.
You would be okay with that?
Oh yeah. If you're gonna give me $1 million, there's not much.
Nah, I'll stay on the grind, baby. Give me that hustle game as long as I got the flow.
That's because you have a great hairline.
I want the flow.
Look at this thing. I just lost a ½ inch in this segment. It's not good. Not good at all. That's what's on our Twitter timeline. Let's get back into our lunch hour talking about what's going down at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. What are we going to learn this week with the Broncos going through their first round of OTAs? We'll tell you what we're looking to learn coming up next.
Up President's Trophy, a Stanley Cup, and 10 years behind the bench. But after a sweep by Vegas, what's next for Jared Bednar?
This feels like, to me, they're working on an extension. That's what it feels like. Like working on an extension, taking some time, and then when they have the big announcement, it's not only Jared Bednar is back. We've extended Jared Bednar. This is a Colorado Avalanche team that was the best in hockey last year, and we're looking forward to pursuing and chasing a Stanley Cup.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. You know summer's around the corner, and what does that mean? That means your air conditioner is going to be blowing 24/7. And you know what that means? That means dust and debris in the air. Hey, you clean your floors, you clean your counters, you clean your closets, but what about your air? Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews, and they're recommended by more contractors than anybody else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt and debris that other companies leave behind. Before your AC runs all season long, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Go to ductworks.com or just call them at 303-425-0985.
303-425-0985.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you're practicing real estate in Denver but still not getting the results you want, listen up. Agents who are winning in this market aren't guessing. They've got the right training, the right systems, and the right support. And that's exactly what you get at Weichert Realtors Professionals. Proven strategies to win more listings, technology that keeps you connected anywhere, and coaching that actually helps you close. Take your business to the next level. Call Tim Davis at Weichert Realtors Professionals at 303-302-4000. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
What's up, everybody? Cecil Lammy here for my friends, SodaDietAndNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Haven't gained the weight back. Why? Because with soda, I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And it's so fantastic to do weight loss the right way. There's no mystery pills. I'm not giving myself a shot, and there's no mystery chemicals that I'm putting into my body. This is knowing real food will bring you real results. And speaking of real, soda got me a real nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist that would work with me one-on-one via text when I had questions, concerned, and just sometimes straight up needed encouragement. Your weight loss journey, you've got a friend, you've got help, and that is Soda. They can be there for you just like they were there for me. I look and feel 10 years younger. I got my confidence back, and right now you can join Soda, and your partner joins for free. That's 2 people. Real accountability for the price of 1. Soda changed my life, and I thank them so much. SodaDietNutrition.com. Call them up 866-800-SODA, because soda is state-of-the-art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 1 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The
Thursday, and that's going to be the case over the next couple of weeks. They'll have OTAs this week. They'll have OTAs next week.
Yeah.
And then in the third week of June, they'll have mandatory mini camp where everybody has to show up, and there'll be attendance tweets and all that good stuff going down. But today, the first work of everybody being together for some OTAs.
OTA action, and Thursday is the day where we'll get a little media availability. And then mandatory minicamp's really what we're looking for here in a few weeks, where all of the practices will be open and we'll be able to see the full width and breadth of the Denver Broncos and their offense and their defense. And honestly, it's the offense is going to get a lot of the looks. Defensively, we're going to talk about some young players and who can make an impact, what's Red Murdoch look like, all those sorts of things. But mainly, the focus will be on the offense. It's not fantasy football, but it's going to feel like fantasy football with everyone focused on Jalen Waddle. How does he look catching passes from one day, Bo Nix? Is that later on this month? I don't know, but we'll be fixing to find out.
Later on this month, you mean maybe
mandatory.
Mandatory,
yeah.
All right, so that's just, I know it feels like forever, but it's only 2 weeks away where we get to that. And, if we hear and we get the disappointing news on Thursday that Bo's not doing anything, and I would probably assume that's going to be the case, let's not freak out, worry too much about it, and figure out what that last week of minicamp brings, which is going to happen the 16th through the 18th. I told you a little earlier, and we can dive a little deeper into that, and maybe being too chill about the whole situation. I started to think more about the Bo Nix deal and his ankles and then the cleanup procedure. And again, I'm thinking of, okay, the Broncos screwed this up. They're the ones that made everybody freak out.
Yeah.
So you said it earlier, they're calling us to try to get us to share their narrative and the things that happened there. And some folks decided to do that. Others decided to formulate their own opinion and think for themselves. That's what we do here on this program. If they handled it the right way, and Bo has first ankle surgery, and during that time, we get the update, and I believe it was Greg Penner that told us, doing great. One of his words or sentences is he's attacking the rehab like he attacks it on the field. And we all go, whoa, love hearing that from GP. That's outstanding. What if he simply said, hey, he's attacking his rehab the way he attacks everything on the field, but we're being cautious because we don't want to have a cleanup procedure or a secondary procedure if the recovery is not the right path. And then we all go, oh, so it's an option. And then it happens, and we go, yeah, but Greg said that was an option, and this isn't even a story today.
Right. It's not a story today because we knew the information ahead of time, right? Like, that would be nice.
And that is also, I'm assuming they had that information too.
Yes.
Which maybe that's not safe for me to assume.
Yes. So lots of assumptions going on, but all I know is this. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I don't want it to be a big deal.
Neither.
But two, I don't want to be lied to my face and then be like, no, it's totally fine. Going to be totally out there for everything. He's out there playing basketball right now. What was that about, by the way?
Hooping at Valor
What
High
was the
School?
whole basketball thing about? Like, first and foremost, you got a bum ankle or an ankle that required surgery, you don't need a hoop. NBA 2K, baby. Like, Xbox, Bo Nix, you can go jump on Xbox if you'd like.
The kids would have been cool with you watching them hoop
You
instead
can't
of hooping
spell
with them.
Xbox without Bo.
Oh, that's right.
I was just doing the quick, not necessarily math, but I was trying to, like, XBO.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, BO. Bo. You can't do it without Bo. So, yeah, this whole offseason, what the ankle? I will love nothing more than when this ankle conversation is done.
You know what I think it is, to be fully transparent? I think it's, and now I don't like everybody, but I like most of the folks that cover the Denver Broncos.
Sure.
I think they're grasping at straws for a little, what am I going to write about this offseason? And then we default to Bo's ankles.
Yeah.
That's what I think some of this is.
And I think that, one, the Broncos move the needle. They always do.
Yeah, they do.
And certainly.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I just think that's what they're doing.
Right. Play the game, baby. Play the game.
Yeah,
What are the
right.
rules? Broncos.
Uh-huh.
Okay, play the game. And I think there's a little bit of that. So I believe that's a fair assessment.
And look, let's see what it is. I hope that I'm right, that we're all kind of overblowing this and making it a big deal. If there's some things that have to stay around or conversations that have to continue around Bo's ankles, well, then we'll revisit when the time comes. Other things that we want to learn. I want to start with the defense, Cease, because we didn't get to touch on this enough earlier. Do we have to wait until the preseason to get defensive answers? Because you and I have been out there the last couple of years. You've been out there for a long time. I've been out there for a long time. We know what it is. The defense is going to have an advantage knowing some of the plays. But when it comes to like coverage and tackling, do I have to wait until preseason game number 1 to see if Justin Strnad has elevated another level in pass coverage? Do I have to wait until preseason game number 1? This might even be into the regular season because of the rotation that will happen to figure out if they've filled the JFM void. I think the defensive questions are TBD until the minimum preseason or the first 2-3 weeks of the regular season.
Yeah, we've got to get into the regular season to really kind of assess where this team's at, especially those first 6 weeks. Mike Kliss, before the schedule was released, said, hey, if you're a Super Bowl contender, you're going to go 3-3 at the beginning of this schedule. They're a Super Bowl contender. Look at that schedule. Looks like about 3-3. And getting the Rams early, by the way, well, that sucks. It already was difficult. I had that as, I believe, maybe my first L for the season for the Broncos, and I did have them, I believe, 4-2 in those first 6 games. The Rams going to be an L, everybody, so just get used to that.
You had that one a win.
Oh, I did have that one.
But it was 4-2.
4-2. Okay, I had 4-2. Well, guess what? They're 3-3 now, girl.
I guess you do get them early when teams, now they're the Rams and they're led by veterans, but you still don't know in the first 4 or 5 weeks what everybody can be.
Exactly, but you're trying to figure yourself out while at the same time figuring out what they're doing defensively. So that's going to be a trouble spot to be sure for the Broncos. But I need to get to October and maybe even like early November. Give me to Halloween, and I'm going to have a real good idea of how far this Broncos team can go. Right now, early season looks really tough.
Because those are my big questions for the defense. I guess, has Riley Moss taken the next step, and we don't have to have worries or conversations about him can fall into that same conversation? Who fills the Franklin Myers void, and is Justin Strnad a legitimate coverage linebacker and not just in our eyes? Is it a unanimous conversation about like, no, 40's good in coverage and we don't have to worry about it? On days where Brock Bowers on the other side, will he make some catches? Yeah, he's gonna.
Sure.
Will Travis Kelce make some catches? Yeah, he's probably going to.
Sure.
But is he winning more than he's losing? I think that's my biggest question about Strnad, and I actually feel pretty good about it because of this giant step we saw him take a year ago.
I think you should feel good about Strnad because I don't think he's done. Like, have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of Justin Strnad?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
He's just barely a special teams guy.
Exactly. So it's like, let's give him another year. I believe firmly that next year, a year from now, we'll be able to see we've seen the best of Justin Strnad. We might be raving about it, or we might be saying, you know what, he leveled off. You know what? That's the player that he was is kind of the player that he is. And that's not a bad player. That's a starter, by the way.
Yeah.
And I give Strnad full credit for doing that himself, from going from a special teams guy that you did not want playing defense, like straight up avoid playing him on defense, to now being a defensive starter, trusted leader on this team. Yes, I said leader. And a player that you see as one of your potential defensive playmakers.
Yeah, Justin Strnad, JFM, who will fill those voids? And then the questions on the offensive side. And I would imagine, Cease, you correct me if I'm wrong, again, these answers come later on, and certainly not until we start seeing Bo throw some passes to a guy like Jalen Waddle. Will we hear on Thursday from coach, from Webb, whoever it is that steps up there, from players, that, hey, Jalen Waddle is picking up this offense? There hasn't been, I don't know if they tell us anyway, but there's no like, yeah, there's still some work to be done. No, he's where we want him to be. He's looking like a plug-and-play type of player. Those are the things we'll hear about Waddle on Thursday.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Waddle. It's like, look at the hands, look at the explosion. You won't really be able to tell how he's going to be utilized because he can be utilized all over the field. If you're the Denver Broncos, now the middle of the field is wide open because Jalen Waddle is there to make plays and to make big plays. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be some flashy stuff going on. mainly when mandatory gets here. Full disclosure, during OTAs, Kev's going to be out there on Thursday. Kev, get ready for a lot of stretching. You want to see some stretching, you're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see some drills and maybe some one-on-one stuff and maybe some light team drills. You don't see a lot, but it always is fun to see, to put your eyes upon the new-look Denver Broncos. Yeah. We haven't seen this version. They ran it back. Sorry, Sean, you did. The run-it-back philosophy was there. However, adding a Jalen Waddle, some of the other changes defensively as we've talked about, guess what? This team's going to be very exciting to watch, and it is exciting. Even when you don't see anything, it's exciting to see the new incarnation of the Denver Broncos.
Couple more things on the offensive side. Tight ends. Start with Evan Ingram. If he's not looking like he's ready to accept this bigger role and embrace this bigger role, are any of the younger fellas in Jolie or Bentley stepping up or showing that they could be a plug-and-play option at some point? It's not going to be by week 1 for these young dudes. They'll be drinking out of a fire hose for the first few weeks here, but are the tight ends showing us anything? And that's probably, again, something that we have to see at camp and then certainly in one of the 3 preseason games where they can shine. And obviously with Davis Webb calling the plays, we saw what it was a year ago with Evan Ingram. Will Jolie have one of those moments in the preseason where we go, hey, there's the light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, what you want to see is you want to see some flashes. Mm-hmm. I think along the way, Jonah Coleman, it's a different story. With Justin Jolie, let's see a flash. Hey, we saw a flash. Remember that one play? It might even be like the Evan Ingram flash, which unfortunately became the only play. Remember the preseason game where he had the 45-yarder from Jarrett Stidham? Even if Jolie does that, and it would most likely for Jolie be with Sam Ehlinger. But even if that's the case, like remember that play and Ehlinger found him and then he ripped it down 45 yards, touchdown Broncos? Okay, yeah, I want something like that. Not necessarily to cling on to. It's not like I have to cry myself to sleep at night about like, they got him tight end, Justin Jolie. Just remember that play, Sam Ehlinger, on August 14th. Like, none of that, girl. But I look at it and go, can you give me those clues? Jonah Coleman's a different story. Jonah Coleman needs to look like he's almost a starter out there. So there's different levels of expectations for these rookies. Tight ends take full 3 years. Wide receivers take like into year 3, like Troy Franklin. Tight ends take all 3 years, and then year 4, hopefully they're complete. So if we can see some flashes from Jolie, that's nothing but a good thing.
Okay, and those are some things, if we learn it this week, we might learn it next week, and then mandatory minicamp will be a couple weeks from now, and we'll really start to be diving deep into the new playmakers, where these Denver Broncos are as they get ready for Bo's next campaign. Want to remind everybody about a football camp going down on June 27th. If your kid's interested in picking up the game of football, getting their skills back on track before their school season starts, you got to come hang out with Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, our 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan youth football camp. Like I said, it's happening June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. If you got kids ages 8 to 14, you got to come get some hands-on coaching from former pros, Stink, Stoke, Philip Lindsay, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. Best part about this is that all proceeds are going to benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. We don't want anybody to miss out, so get signed up today. DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp. All right, Cecil, we have figured out some of the final details here of the Chris McFarland situation. We're seeing a few things on Twitter. I'm also seeing an email from the Avalanche themselves. If you're just joining us on your lunch break, well, thanks. We appreciate that. Chris McFarland's out. He is no longer a part of the Avalanche front office. He is not the general manager. He has been promoted by the Nashville Predators. He's the president of hockey ops and the general manager there in Nashville. It's official from both sides. The Preds have announced it, as have the Avalanche. And the Avalanche write in an email, "We'd like to thank Chris for all he did for the Avs organization. Chris was instrumental in our success over the last decade, a key part of our 2022 Stanley Cup championship. This was an opportunity for him to take on a bigger role with the Predators while being closer to his family. We wish him and his family the best in Nashville." They go on. Avalanche president Joe Sakic will resume the general manager duties for the foreseeable future, including through this month's draft and the start of the league year. In Joe's previous stint as GM, he helped build the current roster, led the team to the 2022 Stanley Cup championship. We're confident in Joe's leadership, and that will continue to build upon our recent success as we seek to bring another cup to Colorado. So that's the latest, and we'll add the tweet from Elliot Friedman that it looks like Jared Bednar is safe and staying in his position as head coach of the Colorado Avalanche.
All right.
No update on contract, whether they let him sit as the lame duck or extend him.
Right.
But Bedsy's safe for now.
Yeah.
Sakic will take on the duties for now, and Chris McFarland is out of here.
Of all the possible changes, when the Vegas sweep happens, which is still, I can't believe we're here, dude. I can't believe that happened. It is the Stanley Cup. It's the toughest trophy in all of sports to win. But when the Avs were bounced in an embarrassing fashion, it just was. It's embarrassing to be that wagon and then to get swept by Vegas in the Western Conference Final. Of all the possible combinations that could happen, of all the possible changes, isn't this the one that you thought was least likely? Because it was for me. Not that Chris McFarland is here forever and ever and ever, because obviously he's not. And about a week ago when you heard about the Predators kind of sniffing around, it was like, uh-oh. That was probably the clue. Something was going to happen. The fact that there hasn't been a press conference.
That's where we should have had. Like, oh, they're going to wait
a while
for this.
ago. Right.
And by the way, on the bottom of this Avs email, it reads, Sakic will be made available to the media when he returns to town next week.
Okay.
Date, time, and location will be announced on Monday.
Okay, well, that's good.
Days.
That's good. So we'll hear from Super Joe, and I'm sure he'll have some great things to say about Chris McFarland. But I ask you, and I ask the Tribe, as Tribe helps Tribe, like, did anyone think that this would be the answer? I would think, Jared Bednar, he's bounced, and they get a new coach, and Chris McFarland is still here. It was probably the last option or the lowest of the probabilities in my eyes as to what should happen.
Nothing's changing with the Nuggets, and there's a giant shakeup happening with the Colorado Avalanche.
And it has to be their general manager that helped them get in this position. Like Chris McFarland, is it fair to say, and I'm just asking the question, I do not know the answer, and don't at me, bro. And if Hockey Gandalf kicks in the door, I know that I asked the wrong question. Is it safe to say that Chris McFarland was doing a lot more in the roster construction than Super Joe? Is Super Joe in that Elway part of his career where he's like, yeah, I'm playing golf,
Yeah.
I'm relaxing. I'm not, grinding. When I talk about the draft during the Elway years, do you know where I'd forgive John for everything? The second through the 7th round. John Elway wasn't breaking down 7th round picks, okay? John Elway wasn't glossing over the film for undrafted free agents. Is Super Joe doing the same thing?
I mean,
is
there's
it possible
probably a
that
little
Chris
bit of that,
McFarland
right?
could be that? Because Super Joe's, all the credit and building the roster, and McFarland was helping and all that. I think Chris McFarland might have been doing more heavy lifting than people would want to admit. And if I'm wrong, I'm totally wrong. But we have to look at this organizational structure. What's next for the Colorado Avalanche with Chris McFarland moving on? And congratulations on the promotion, but moving on to the Predators.
I would say to the Joe question, like he's been a part of the organization's front office since 2013. We're talking about a 13, 14-year run here.
Yeah.
If he gets elevated and then gets a little bit more time to go do what Joe wants to do and hit the golf ball a little bit, I'm not really mad about that. I think his job is still being done because he puts people in the position to succeed and then doesn't micromanage them with Chris McFarland.
The reason I ask that is because some might say, well, McFarland, he's important, but to Joe, McFarland's probably more important in this process than some would want to admit. Trying to soft sell this thing is like, it's not a big deal.
No, I would say over the last 2 years, McFarland's been more important to Joe.
Yeah. And
that's not a knock on Joe.
Not
Joe
at all.
earned the opportunity to go upstairs even further and get his own big office.
When do I get my big office? I want a window in my office.
You're in a closet right now. They got you in a closet.
I know. I would. Maybe I probably couldn't knock down a wall. I was like, I could knock down a wall and make it a window, but they'd probably get mad.
I'll come in. I'm here on Saturdays for KYGO anyway.
Okay.
Just come in and we'll knock down that wall.
You got a sledgehammer?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
A couple of them.
It's always better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Exactly, yeah. Like, no, you guys have more square footage here now in the building.
Exactly, yeah.
We're helping you out for
I have
resale.
a window. Now I can see outside and I don't feel like a prisoner at work.
So I'm not too upset. Honestly, I'm not upset that McFarland's leaving. Again, you get more money, you get a better title. I didn't even realize the stuff tied to his family, being closer to his family.
Yeah.
What's everybody's dream, Cease? I want a better paying job in the city I want to live in,
right?
And I want to be around the people that I love.
Right.
Chris McFarland just got that.
That's a win-win-win.
For that?
No, not at all. 0% knocking him for that. It's just curious because to me, with Jared Bednar sticking around, and we don't know yet, do they want him as a lame duck? Would they actually extend him? Would they extend him to match the contract of the new general manager?
Do you think that has anything to do with Joe taking the rollover for the immediate future?
Yeah, probably.
Because what if they let Joe just have this role the whole year? And then they go at the end of the 26-27 season, we have to make a decision on future full-time general manager and future full-time head coach. And as we all know how it works in sports, you tie those two together at the hip with the same contract terms so that if it's great, you can renew, and if it's awful, you can fire at the same time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Maybe that is something, but is that a good thing? I want organizational clarity, not like everything I run through, and I apologize for interrupting.
No, go ahead.
Everything that decision is made by KSE is immediately the first filter that I run it through in my brain, and my brain is my brain, whatever. The first filter is cheap.
Yeah.
Every single decision they make, I'm like, oh, it's because they're cheap first. Okay, not because they're cheap, because of this. And obviously with McFarland, he had a hell of an opportunity. You're not going to say no to this opportunity.
No.
But why is it in my brain when you ask these questions, my first response is that mean they're going to be cheap? Hey, Joe, it's your job for the entire year, and then next year we can make a decision. You got to wait a year? You have a powerhouse team. You have a Stanley Cup potential team. You have that right now. Could Joe do it for a year and they could save a little money or whatever? Yeah, but I don't want that to be what they think.
Well, then you're like, hey, this is our roster. We're stuck with it.
Right.
Now, they can obviously trade. They have 23 active players on an NHL roster. 17 are under contract to return to the Colorado Avalanche. So there's room for 6 different maneuvers. And obviously you can trade. Chris was very good at doing that.
Yeah.
But maybe this is a position, and again, I'm trying to think from their perspective. Hey, Jared's going to be a lame duck coach, and we're not going to extend him. Our roster is kind of what our roster is. This could be as simple as, hey, all of our chips are in the middle of the table. Jared's contract's in the middle of the table. A hiring of a new general manager is in the middle of the table. If we can win a Stanley Cup, everything's going to be great. People are going to get paid in new contracts, the coach, new general manager. If not, we're going to have to burn some stuff to the ground and start rebuilding.
Yeah. The other place my mind goes, besides filtering through the cheap filter, is this. Got any predators you want?
Oh, some guys on the Preds?
Well, what happens in sports is when you get a friendly, front office, and McFarland obviously would be friendly. It's the Avs one couldn't stop him from talking because it was a promotion. But I feel that Chris McFarland will always look back on his time with Colorado as a fun time. Hell, you're a champion.
Yeah.
Even you're an assistant, you're a champion because of this team, because of this city, because of this ownership. And also because of that, my mind goes, maybe there's some Nashville guys that can help out. Because once you get a friendly GM, maybe it's like how the 49ers and Broncos, that's always a trade possibility. And now with so many Broncos executives across this league.
The Jets.
Exactly. They're everywhere. They're absolutely everywhere. It leads to friendlier negotiations.
We will see what happens, but that's the latest. I'm curious from Avalanche fans. Are you guys upset? Are you mad today that Chris McFarland is leaving? And if the answer is yes to that, who are you mad at? Because Cecil just said it. As much as we all know that the Cronkies are cheap, they couldn't do anything. This is how the business side of sports works. You can't block somebody from getting a promotion, and Chris McFarland got a promotion today. He is running everything that's going on in Nashville. There was a report out, Kaplan had it, that he went to dinner last night with the owner, and that was a conversation of hey, if you want me, you basically have to let me do everything. Hand me the keys to your organization, and I'll come take this job. And they did it.
Wow.
I mean, you can't say no. Give me everything. They're like, okay, cool. I'm like, I guess I'll call the wife and tell her we're moving. I didn't know it was going to be that easy.
Yeah, that's a powerful – leverage is a powerful thing, man. And Chris McFarland, you had leverage.
And I don't know if he'll ever have that kind of leverage again in his life.
You take advantage while you can, man.
Leverage is beautiful if you can use it, and it's awful when it's used against you. So use it every time you can.
It's always going to be used against you, so you use it when you have it.
100%. All right, we'll revisit some of that stuff. I want to catch up with you guys on the text line, the RamosLaw.com text line, as well as our Tribe Chat fueled by Shop Honda over at youtube.com/DenverSports. So tell us, who are you mad at today with Chris McFarland leaving, or you just understand this is just a part of the business? While we wait for you guys to text, we'll go back to a Broncos conversation. The Broncos' most underrated player on the roster. Easy for me to say. It's got to be McMillan, Jaquan McMillan. Or is there another name that we want to talk about? And if there's an underrated, it has to mean there's an overrated. Who would that be? That's coming up next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Wes. Tell me what happened between you and the IRS.
I ended up owing $55,000 on unpaid taxes. I hadn't filed for several years and ended up settling for $25.
Hold on. So you went from owing $55,000 to $25? Now that's a great story. How did that happen?
Well, it's rather amazing, I guess. It got to the appeals officer. The appeals officer signed off on it, and obviously we accepted it.
Wes, what made you come to Advanced Tax Solutions?
You hear of many different firms or whatever on the radio, some local, some not, and I felt confident from the radio spots I heard about Advanced Tax Solutions.
So how do you feel about Advanced Tax Solutions now?
Very, very lucky and very grateful.
And would you recommend us to your friends and family who are in the same situation?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Thanks, Wes. You know, if you're listening, be our next great story, 303-753-6040 or advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
The most exciting part of being in the jewelry business isn't the stunning diamonds, gemstones, or famous designers.
It's not even the pride of being a part of a family-owned fine jeweler founded way back in 1947.
No, for Shayna and I, for all our jewelry professionals at Williams Jewelers, it's being there.
It's being there when you discover that perfect diamond bracelet for your loving wife for your anniversary.
It's being there for those Mikimoto pearls for your daughter's college graduation.
It's being there when you finally found that one perfect diamond engagement ring that's worthy of the woman you can't live without.
It's being there for you. It's being a part of the most precious, unforgettable moments in your life.
What's not to love?
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Even a low-speed crash can feel like falling off a 3-story building. Nobody is above the laws of physics. Click it or ticket. Buckle up and shift into safe. A message from CDOT.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 1 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, again, we want your texts on the RamosSaw.com text line. We want your comments over on the YouTube page, youtube.com/DenverSports. Tribe Chat, sponsored by Sean Ponda. Are you mad at anybody with the Colorado Avalanche? Or is this just how it goes? And again, I'm seeing it, and I get it. Cecil, you laid it out beautifully. The first text I see, penny pinching over championships for the Rockies, SMH.
Okay.
Generally, you're 100% right.
Yes.
This is the one, 99 out of 100 times, you're exactly right.
Right.
This is the one where they're not doing that.
I'm going to do the white man can't jump thing. Sometimes, once in a while, sun shines on a dog's ass.
That's
so,
right.
yeah, there you go. The one time that cheapness does not work into the equation is this time with Chris McFarland. It's an incredible opportunity for McFarland, and all of us, 99.9% of us would take the opportunity that Chris McFarland is now taking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly right. So are they cheap? Yes. Are they losing him because they're cheap? No, they're actually not. They're losing him because they can't promote him at the rate or to the job that the Preds are offering.
And there's another reason they're losing him. He's really good.
Mm-hmm.
He's really good. And when you have this attraction, when you have this, track results and attraction, you're going to get plucked, and it's just part of it. Like, you can't win the President's Trophy and not expect your executives, your coaches, anyone that you could possibly get your hands on, players, it's all going to be part of it. They didn't win it all, obviously falling short, getting swept by the Vegas Golden Knights, as painful as that memory is. What happens when teams do that, when they push and have that much success? They start getting picked and plucked.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened with the Avs.
All right, I wanted to get into a Broncos conversation with you, Cease, about what overrated and underrated would be.
Okay.
How that would sound, because it's an NFL.com article, and they're giving a lot of love to Jaquan McMillan, as they should. McMillan's a stud. He's under 25. He doesn't get to play at a full-time role, as close to it as you can be, but still not as a full-time role, and we know he was the hero of that Buffalo game. So I think McMillan is a pretty good answer there as far as underrated players go for the Denver Broncos. He is certainly underrated. We locally know how much he's worth and how good he's been for the Broncos, but I think nationally, of course, you go, well, PS2's there. Well, the other starter is Riley Moss, so how could McMillan be in the conversation? I think McMillan's better than Riley Moss. They just have different jobs and different roles.
Yeah, and the thing with Jaquan McMillan is the guy behind him's underrated, and Chris Abrams-Drain, because he can't even get on the field because of Jaquan McMillan. I think in the Buffalo game specifically, and it was an interception, unless you're a Bills fan, you understand football and know that's an interception, everybody. Jaquan McMillan splashed onto the scene nationally for diehard football fans and for national fans just watching and enjoying that product. That's a hell of a game. Denver-Buffalo this last year in the divisional round, hell of a game. And the Broncos come out on top, and part of that reason is because of Jaquan McMillan. So now, people are going to say, oh, he's underrated. Catch up. I'll do the Pulp Fiction Fox Force 5. Yeah, catch up.
Mm-hmm.
We've known Jaquan McMillan is underrated, and now we get to talk more about it.
So that's certainly a name that we can talk about as far as underrated, overrated players go. I mentioned earlier two guys' names in Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant. Like, hey, whichever of those win wide receiver 3, I think because there's going to be so much attention. I know there's going to be so much attention on Waddle and Sutton. Those dudes are going to have an opportunity to get CB3 on them and definitely win that matchup 99 out of 100 times. So I can't say it right now because they haven't done it, but I would say by like week 10, we might be calling one of those guys like, man, Jalen Waddle and Cortland are on their way to 1,000, but let's look at what Pat Bryant has done so far in the first 8 weeks, and we might be underrating him.
Well, the thing with Pat Bryant is your future Cortland Sutton, if he's healthy, his name's Pat Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is when the appropriate time is to move on from Sutton, and that's certainly not this year. Please don't at me, bro. If there's a Cortland Sutton fan, that's me. I've called him the steal of the draft since he was drafted, Anytime I talk to Court, to this day, I still call Court Seal of the draft. What's up, SOD? Like, I love Cortland Sutton. I also know there's great impermanence to everything. So when his time is done in Denver, the plan is that Pat Bryant would be ready to take over. Is the flash of that this year? Yeah, it could be. Bryant's got to stay healthy. And that's the thing. That's the way when you draft these guys, when Bradley Roby was drafted, it is because they didn't think they could keep Aqib Talib. Then they ended up keeping Aqib Talib. When Pat Bryant is drafted, that is a clear replacement for Cortland Sutton eventually. Not now, not as a rookie, obviously, not this year, maybe next year. It's part of the conversation, but you want to set yourself up, though, so that when you have a Cortland Sutton replacement, he's ready to be what Cortland Sutton is and maybe even a little bit more.
Yeah, and I don't know that he's got back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah.
If I hear anybody trying to get rid of him at this point, I'm going to have an issue.
Right.
That was a conversation a couple of years ago when he didn't know who the quarterback was going to be throwing him the football.
Right, and look at what Sutton had to endure during that time. He's always been a team player. He's always been a team first guy. He's always been the steal of the draft, in my opinion. Should have been a first-round pick. Love Cortland Sutton. Just know that they need to set themselves up for the future, and the future could be Jalen Waddle and Pat Bryant.
If I flipped the script on this and we went from underrated to overrated,
yeah,
does anybody jump out? I know this is weird, right? We're calling it like it's our team, and we're like an overrated player. But one, I think Adam Troutman checks that box for everybody not named Sean Payton. He's overrated in everybody's eyes except for your Shawnee.
Yes.
And another name I was like, I don't know if I throw this out there because it's not your fault. But Marvin Mims, could I call him overrated as a wide receiver only, and because he doesn't get the opportunity that I think you and I are on the same page. If Marvin were given the opportunity and could show what he could be as a wide receiver, this wouldn't even be a part of today's show.
Well, the problem
but he's never
is
got that chance.
When he does, it's usually because of injury, but they don't come through. Pat Bryant gets banged up. He goes 8 for 93 and a touchdown against Buffalo. Are you kidding me? Coming in cold like that?
Yeah.
And you got a guy that can make that sort of impact, and you don't want to use him more because he doesn't run routes perfectly or whatever the story is? I actually like what Marvin Mims has developed as a route runner. Is he perfect? No. Is he a finished product in that department? No. But from what, I've kind of talked to people, it's like, oh, Marvin could be better as a route runner. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I want to see what their standard is because Mims comes through every time you need him to, makes big plays every time you need him to. To me, don't get technical with it. You can get too technical in sports and in life. I could get real X's and O's right now and start talking about sale concept and blah, blah, blah. Baby, turn on the film. You making plays?
Yeah.
You making plays? Marvin Mims making plays? The answer is hell yeah, he's making plays.
Is Alex Singleton one of those players? Overrated? He's so like you're either all in on Alex or you're like, God, they could get better, and why do they keep bringing Alex back?
Yeah. Perhaps. I know that a lot of fans out there love Alex Singleton for various reasons.
I will say, like, in coverage, he's not even rated because he's not overrated. He's not underrated. He's just bad at coverage.
Yeah.
I see the back of his jersey far too much. Is he good at run stuffing? Yeah, and that's why he's still on the roster.
Unless it's Jonathan Taylor cutting back in a wide-open hole that he'd filled.
It's 3 yards away with his swipe. But
I mean, he swiped at least, right?
True.
Right? Who's overrated? Some might say J.K. Dobbins. Because it's the injuries. He's a top 5 back when he's healthy. He's never healthy.
Can't trust his body.
Does that make him overrated? I'm not sure. I wouldn't say that necessarily. Kev, don't throw anything at me.
Uh-oh.
Because you know what I'm going to say.
What's about to happen?
You know what some people say. Not this show. We're the Bo Show. We told you the truth about Bo from day one.
We told you the whole
truth
and
from
nothing
the
but
Senior
the truth.
Bowl where Bo Nix kind of got a little chewy with me, and I loved it. And this is the guy. Bo Nix is the man. We've always said that. We're the Bo Show. We claim that. We own that. Kev has a list of people that are anti-Bo Nix that now claim to be pro-Bo Nix, and a lot of your local media doesn't know what the hell they're talking about when it comes to Bo Nix. But I will say this, Kev. There are some out there that would say Bo Nix is overrated. Not us. Not us.
You just made the list!
But there's also people, by the way, for those people, Kev, that are on your list, and I cannot wait till they win the Super Bowl and we release the Knicks files, and it's just like, we're calling everybody out. Y'all on there saying, like, I've loved Bo Nix from day one. No. We know the truth. You
There's
did
a
not
chance
love
I'll
Bo
get
Nix.
fired that day. Pretty good chance.
Okay, well, let's go out together.
Oh.
No, let's go out together.
Yeah, let's all do it.
Let's just all tweet out the Knicks files and go out together.
Alex, like I just got here.
Dude, we would be radio legends.
Yes,
we would be radio legends to go out in that way. Like, remember the day Dover and Cecil let everybody have it? Remember the day Kistner released the Knicks files? Some, though, nationally, especially Kev, locally, the guys would say it privately. And wait till you hear some conversations. You're going to have to hold your tongue out there at Broncos because there's some reporters that might be, oh, Bo, he's a robot. Oh, Bo, it's all about Sean. There are people, even local people, and they deny this publicly.
Kevin's pulling up this year, though.
Yeah, Kev's rolling up on you. We're crewing up. You better watch out. You better watch out, Kev. But I'm just telling you, there are people nationally and even locally, the local ones lie, that say, Bo Nix is a product of a Sean Payton system, not Bo Nix is a damn good quarterback.
You know what I'm going to do at practice then? I'm going to go
Smack him up by
I'm going to go out there. I'm going to go out there and grab Bo by his, or I'm just going to, hey Bo, come here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to grab him. Hey, come
Yeah,
here.
don't do that.
That guy said this. That guy said this. She said that. This person said this. They all look. I have it on my phone, bro.
Yeah. You want to see the files?
See, here's what I said about you, but here's what they said. And I will say, there's another media member in town. Heard this recently. They're kind of jumping off the Bo bandwagon.
Oh,
that'll
also happen. Yeah, that'll also happen as well. But just get ready for the overrated. Is Bo Nix overrated? Especially if these guys start like 2-4. Look at that schedule. The schedule is brutal. I have them at 13 wins. Mm-hmm. I have them at 4-2 after 6. They could be 2-4 after 6. And then how many? And I don't want that. I don't want that for many reasons. For Broncos country, I love you out there. But I kind of want that. So, you jump off, baby, jump. You don't like Bo? You never like Bo? You're lying about Bo? Jump off. I don't want you here. We're down. We're the Bo show. So let's flip and go.
Seats taken, right?
You're a franchise.
That's what Kevin would tell Bo Nix right there. All right, we're going to take a timeout. Do want to continue a conversation about foosball. Look around the world a little bit. Big trades happening around the NFL. Does it have any impact on the Broncos specifically for what's happening in New England? That's coming up next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child, ages 8 to 14, will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast.
Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Cecil, there were a couple things happening in the NFL I want to talk about. Make sure we spend a few minutes on.
Okay.
We obviously learned about the big Myles Garrett trade yesterday. We broke it down. We have the breaking news of it right here on the show. It makes the Rams all that much more dangerous. They're already a Super Bowl contender. You could probably argue that they have one of the better, if not the best offense on paper in the entire NFL, with a legitimate quarterback, two studs on the outside, some tight ends that can help, a running game that they don't ignore. So their offense was already a major problem. And then you went and added the sack master, the defensive player of the year that is Myles Garrett. All the rumors all over the internet now that Aaron Donald's going to return to form and come back and be a Ram once again. I mean, this is the ultimate. It feels like NBA type of move when it was LeBron and the Warriors and Steph and KD doing their thing of like, all right, February 14th, it feels like I can punch my ticket with the Rams playing in the Super Bowl representing the NFC.
Well, the thing is, who did the most? The three best teams in the NFL last year were the Seattle Seahawks, the Los Angeles Rams, and the Denver Broncos. They just were. New England, I don't even care. New England fans, like, was A.J. Brown asked about Mike Vrabel and Diana Rousseau? New England is a fraud. Fake May, Josh McDaniels, all that. Mike Vrabel, just like, if anyone can't tell now, just full exposed, Mike Vrabel is an absolute fraud. Well, that's what the Patriots are. The three best teams were the Rams, Seattle, the Rams, and the Broncos. Perhaps in that order as well. I believe the Broncos would have won the Super Bowl had they made it against Seattle. Had they made it against the Rams, might have a different story. However, who's done the most this offseason? The Broncos add Jalen Waddle. The Seahawks lose Kenneth Walker, but draft Jadarian Price. Okay. Still have Sam Darnold, still have JSN. We'll talk about that. Zach Charbonnet probably later in the year when he comes back from his injury. The Rams just crushed it. For the first time in NFL history, we have a reigning MVP and a reigning Defensive Player of the Year on the same team.
Wow.
That's a problem.
That sucks.
That's a problem for everybody. Everybody. So you got to worry about them in the regular season. Might drop that one. And then you got to worry about them in the Super Bowl. But the Broncos can be there. They're in the same neighborhood. You got Jalen Waddle. That's that new Rolls-Royce Phantom. They just pulled up in the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. Somewhere Orlando's very disappointed in me because I don't know high-end cars like I know like muscle cars. I was talking to one of our guys here in the sales staff. He's like, "You're a car guy." I'm like, "Yeah, like a 70 Boss 302 Mustang." And he's like, "Oh, I meant like Jaguar, Eagle, whatever, like, high.
Rich sales guys, on-air guys. It's a different world.
I'm like, I think I can fix up that 70 Le Mans and put GTO badges on it because I can't afford a 70 GTO Judge, but I could clone a Judge. If you're a car guy, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You think I'm speaking Mandarin
Yeah,
there.
it's Chinese to me.
But I look at this situation, I go, Denver Broncos, did you do enough? Did you do enough? I think Jalen Waddle changes this whole thing. I think Jalen Waddle shows you the true Bo Nix. I've said it on these airwaves. I think we made promos about it. You haven't even really seen Bo Nix yet. Not the real Bo Nix, not the true Bo Nix. So for anyone out there that wants to jump off the bandwagon, one, not only will I help you jump off the bandwagon, I'll kick you in your fat ass to get off the Bo Nix bandwagon. Because what you're going to see with Jalen Waddle here, full stop, Jalen Waddle changes Bo Nix completely. Bo Nix has been outstanding, but have we seen the best of Bo Nix? No. Will we start to see the best of Bo Nix this year because of Jalen Waddle? The answer is yes.
I'll add another layer to that. We haven't even seen the best of Jalen Waddle. It was Tua's bum ass throwing him the football all those years. He stinks. Now you got a real quarterback with a real offensive play caller in Davis and a real offensive coach in Sean that can put you in the best position to succeed. So Bo as the franchise and then Jalen as the team's best offensive weapon, we haven't seen the best of either of those guys yet. Jalen's going into year 6 and Bo's going into year 3.
What are we talking about? We're talking about hardware. Hardware is what matters. And a Jalen Waddle move gets you hardware. A Myles Garrett move gets you hardware. Who's going to be there at the end?
There was another note about Shedeur Sanders in the NFL that I thought was pretty interesting. It only has to do with cash. So at the end of the year, you do the group licensing income, and then one player has the most jerseys, items sold, whatever, and then they collect on that.
Shedeur's on the list?
He's the number one player, and it's not even close. Shedeur Sanders made $17.7 million in group licensing income in his rookie season. That's jersey sales, that's trading cards. The Browns fans and the rest of the world, Buffs fans, the groupies up there in Boulder that still believe in a major way. Dude, the previous single season record was Tom Brady. He's pretty good, right? Tom Brady sold $9.5 million worth of gear a couple of years ago. Shedeur just shattered that. $9.5 million was the record.
Wow.
Shedeur just made $17.7 million this last year.
Wow.
So whoever he is as a player and whatever that turns into now that Deshaun's back in the fold in Cleveland, this dude is absolutely polarizing. Honestly, it's part of what hurts him, but it will eventually help him.
Yes. Wow, that is amazing.
$17 million, dude.
Well, I mean, this contract's not much, so he'll have to make it until he gets his next deal. And then where is that with that deal? It's about Deshaun Watson there, and obviously Cleveland has a certain timeline. They feel, as funny as it may sound, the Browns feel like they're about a year or two away from majorly competing.
Wow.
So if that's the case, and again, I think they're silly. First off, it's Cleveland, armpit of America.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, in a year or two, who's their quarterback? Is it still Deshaun? Is he out of the league? Is he in trouble? Is he with another team? I don't know. Or is it Shedeur at that time? I mean, if he's doing this as a backup, comes in and plays, okay. Shedeur was okay as a pro. He wasn't great, but he's okay.
Mm-hmm.
If he comes in as an actual starter with actual success with that team, imagine what they could have. Imagine what they have with Shedeur playing that kind of ball.
He's got to get an opportunity to play. Deshaun, one, isn't going to stay healthy, physically, mentally. That will run its course as it tends to do. I just thought the number was outstanding, and you go, man, we can remember a time, since it was one of my first years getting a badge and being down at the facility of this is what it's like around Tim Tebow. I don't know how much that helps this team grow because of the attention that comes to one certain player.
Right.
Same deal with the Browns. Now, I just don't care about the Browns.
Yeah.
Same situation.
It is the same situation. It's worth the conversation, and it's interesting to talk about, especially if he's making that kind of money.
$17 million.
What happens if he's actually good?
Then he'll make his money off of his play and not just his name and being Dion's baby.
Yep.
All right, let's get into hour number 4, quarter number 4. I want to go back to that false positive conversation. Vic Fangio used to use the term a lot, false positive. So we're thinking about that when it comes to the Avalanche, the Nuggets as well. We'll get to the Broncos tomorrow on some of their false positives. Let's start with the Avs and revisit this CMAC conversation. If you're just joining us, Chris McFarland is no longer a part of the Avs front office. He's in Nashville. We'll tell you all about it coming up next.
Thunder and Spurs are loaded, and the Nuggets might need Payton Watson to keep pace. But re-signing him could push Denver past the second tax apron. So, how does Denver thread the needle?
He can't go anywhere. There's a lot of different ways for them to be able to keep Payton Watson. You don't want to go into the second apron. Okay, we don't want to do that. So that's a non-starter.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
So what makes Champ Honda different? It's simple. One price, one person, 1 hour, meaning clear, upfront, and fair pricing. There are no games, no guesswork, and you work with a single client advisor from start to finish. No runaround, there's no back and forth, and 1 hour so you can spend less time at the dealership and more time doing what you love. Plus, at Champ Honda, they never charge dealer handling fees. None. It's a better way to buy a car, and once you experience it, you'll wonder why every dealership doesn't do it this way.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
The upgrade you've been dreaming of at a price you didn't expect. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. This Memorial Day, get a 4-piece stainless kitchen for only $19.99. Get a GE front-load washer and dryer for only $15.98. Save $900. Or shop our clearance center and save up to 60%. Plus, we'll match any local competitor's price. The best service and the best prices. Why go anywhere else?
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception that they love to bust. You don't need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, make it happen. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 1823334, NMLS Consumer Act. publicaccess.org. This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 1 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Summer weather as soon as this weekend, and you could be on your way to the lake with everything you need for a perfect lake day. All you have to do is download the Denver Sports app, enter into our Day at the Lake contest, and you could be heading to the lake this weekend with a couple paddle boards, with a couple of chairs, with a cooler, a pop-up tent, a Bluetooth speaker, and a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler. That's what's on the line on our Day at the Lake contest. So download the Denver Sports app. You'll have until the end of the week to get qualified. And then hopefully someone from the tribe is our big winner. Good luck out there at the Day at the Lake contest. All right, Cease, we were talking about false positive, something that Vic Fangio said quite a bit when he was here.
You can get a false positive, you can get a false negative.
It's been a while since I heard old Vic's voice. It's fun to revisit that.
Every day.
We talked about Chris McFarland. Again, if you're just joining us, he's out. Joe Sakic is going to take on role of general manager. Jared Bednar sounds like he is safe and not going anywhere. They're going to run it back minus Chris McFarland. Not a ton that Chris could do with roster turnover outside of trade. 17 of the 23 roster spots are coming back with contracts for the 26-27 season. So I want to talk to you about that false positive term we just heard there from Vic. Who was it for the Colorado Avalanche this season with the false positives? They were in first place for 170-plus days. Nate led the league in goals. The goaltending tandem was outstanding until it wasn't. Can we start there? Was my guy Scott Wedgwood a false positive for this team?
Ouch. I didn't know you were going to start there. I thought you'd start with, like, Marty or something like that.
I mean, I think that's the biggest one of, like, I bought in a major way, and then it became this, like, uneasy, not good for the team controversy almost night in and night out.
Man, you're going to make me do this again. First segment, you made me piss off the Broncos. Now it's time to tick off the Avalanche.
Yeah. Isn't it nice not having restrictions?
It is. It's a bold move, Cotton, but it's nice because we'd be able to say this stuff or at least have the conversation. I want to have the conversation about Scott Wedgwood. Was Scott Wedgwood a false positive, or was he always just what he always is and Jared Bednar read the situation wrong? What's the answer? Because my answer is the latter.
I kind of lean with you towards the latter.
My answer is he's the same guy.
I asked you several times during the postseason, I'm like, is Bedsy overcoaching this situation?
Yeah.
And it felt like it.
Yeah, and that's what ended up being the case because it was just like Scott Wedgwood is a really good backup. And he was treated like a A1 from day one. You're the man. You're the best. You're out there. And then got outperformed by Carter Hart. It was one of those things where entering the postseason, and maybe that's where the opponents, the Kings specifically, the Wild gave you more of a fight than you would think in a gentleman's sweep. The Wild series was very, very interesting, very exciting, very challenging in certain moments, to be sure. But I look at it, and maybe it was the Kings series where it was just like kind of easy, and that allowed Jared Bednar to be like, oh, we're sticking with Wedgie.
Well, because there's not a lot of firepower coming from the Kings.
Let's flip the script. What would that have been like if against the Kings, Mackenzie Blackwood was the starter and they swept him?
They probably don't make any switches at all.
I mean, if Mackenzie Blackwood, and this is where the false positive for Wedgie may have come in at the end of the regular season, because he was on a heater. He was on an absolute heater at the end of the regular season, and you were the guy saying, like, hey, Wedgie no longer is the 50-50. We got two goalies. Wedgie was the guy. Wedgie became the guy. Dr. Phil said, how'd that work out?
Mm-hmm.
So for me, is Wedgie a false positive, or is he more what he's always been, and Jared Bednar outcoached him, or, overthought this thing?
Overcoached it.
overcoached. There you
See,
go.
that's,
I think that's the answer.
I lean that way as well because I told you before, and we did the exercise after the season was over. They didn't lose because of goaltending. They didn't even lose the series because of the overcoaching of goaltending. Was it a part of the conversation? Of course it was. But it's not your first reason. It's not your second reason. It's not your third reason. In fact, we did that dance. We got down to double digits before we're talking about Bedsy and goaltending. But they're not free and clear of blame. So, I don't lose. False positive means I've lost trust in this guy. You're no longer reliable. I don't feel that way about Wedgie. I don't feel that way about Blackwood. That's where I'm like, what's the definition of the false positive? We're like, you're just out of the trust tree now? Or me, I'm talking for me only here, I bought so much into it that it ended up burning me in the end.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It stings. Either way, the false positive stings. Now, let's think of why Vic Fangio said false positive, because I think this is fascinating as well. He said it because of Drew Lock. Drew Lock was 4-1 as a starter, as a rookie, and it was glorious. It was awesome. The one was against Kansas City, and I believe it was on the road. Kev, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So Drew Lock, hey, 4-1. We were all excited, all of us with a microphone.
Oh, it was remember the coach of the Texans lost his mind. What was that guy's name? Yelling at the fans. Remember, Drew just beats him, whatever.
Yeah.
That was a part of that false positive.
Yeah. So that's where the false positive came from. If I look at it, I go, what's the false positive for, regular season was really good, and he's a veteran. He wasn't a rookie, so it's different now. But the false positive for the Colorado Avalanche was probably Marty Netchus.
I wrote it down, too.
Okay.
I think he's a part of it. Bill O'Brien was the name. Thank you, Kevin.
We have to – Bill O'Brien – oh, jeez. I don't have a lot good to say about Bill O'Brien, but anyway,
I know some real dirt about Bill O'Brien.
I do as well. We're going to share some dirt in the break. With Marty Netchus, it sucks because the regular season was so good. It's a 100-point regular season, and then to go to the postseason and mainly disappear. My mind goes to Brock Nelson as well as being a false positive, but it's really Marty in the postseason. Even if you're as wagony as the Colorado Avalanche were, you have to elevate. You have to raise in the postseason. You have to be the best version of yourself in the postseason. Injuries hit at the wrong time, but I went through the injury report. We did it a lot during this playoff run. You see Marty on there?
Nope.
He's the one. With Kale, we can be like, hey, and hopefully we're going to talk to Evan Rawal again because Evan's been floating out there Kale couldn't even take off his skates.
Mm-hmm.
Kel McCarr's really, 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 really injured. Now he's out there. We always say don't make an excuse if you take a jersey. You take a sweater in this case. But for me, who is that false positive? It was Marty Netchus. I will not trust Marty Netchus until the postseason next year.
It's almost like, dude, you could have an 110-point season next year, and it won't matter at all.
Doesn't matter.
Because you collapse when the lights are the brightest.
Nikola Jokic can lead the NBA in points and assists again. If you disappear in the postseason or let Jaden McDaniels punk you, I cannot trust that. I can't trust it. And obviously, Joker's a much different conversation than Marty Netchus.
We're going to do Nuggets at 1:30. They're false positive.
So for me, with Marty Netchus, it's do your thing. You going to disappear again? Are you really? Because playoff Jamal is a different thing and different now, but playoff Marty is a thing. Playoff Marty's a ghost. You going to be real this time, or you're an apparition?
I would actually say your case on Marty Netchus is bigger. He's the biggest false positive over anything that happened with the Colorado Avalanche. Bigger than the disappearance of Brock Nelson. Bigger than the false narrative we got with the power play against Minnesota. Bigger than what the goaltender situation was and Scott Wedgwood not living up to the hype when he got it. Even bigger than Jared Bednar over-coaching certain situations or not making the adjustments in time that he needed to make. Marty Netchus was the biggest false positive for the Colorado Avalanche. That dude was a ghost, a disappointment, a letdown for the second consecutive year. And I know you've talked about it with Mikko. And again, the money situation matters because of who the owners are. They're cheap. They're going to cut corners every time they can.
Right.
But I didn't ever have to have a conversation about who Mikko was in the postseason. Ever. Never, ever, ever did I have to worry about what I was going to get out of 96 when he was a part of the Avalanche. I have to worry about it all the time with 88.
It's all part of the conversation, man.
All right, let's take a timeout. We're going to talk with our boy Will Peterson, keep this conversation going about the big news today. Chris McFarland out. Joe is going to take that role on for the time being. How long will he be in that role, and what does Will believe is going on with Jared Bednar? We'll find out coming up next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Your windows are calling.
They have something to say.
Here's the truth. The window's only part of it. In Colorado, even a great window can fail if it's not installed right. That's what really determines what lasts. That's why I trust Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Installation is where the conversation starts. They've served Denver and the Front Range for over 50 years, and right now, get 25% off Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Summer is here, and it's already flying by. Want to make it feel longer? A new national survey finds 56% of people say reading makes summer seem to last. For that endless summer vibe, here's Barbara Hagan, VP of Marketing at Thrift Books.
Reading is one of the few things that really makes you slow down. You're in one story, one page at a time, and that kind of single tasking frees your mind. It's a mental exhale.
The key to reading more in a busy summer is to start small with a goal of 3 pages or 10 minutes a day. Attach reading to a routine like morning coffee. Pick books you enjoy and try reading with others. Shared reading communities like book clubs can make a big difference.
That shared motivation, reading together without pressure, inspired our 500 billion page challenge, a nationwide push to read a little more and get your pages in without any judgment.
This summer, slow down and let reading stretch the season. Join the Thrift Books 500 billion page challenge at thriftbooks.com/challenge.
Okay, I admit it. At 303 Law 4040, we like to have a little fun with the made-for-TV lawyers who pretend that they're from Colorado. In reality, they live in places like Chicago, Arizona, Texas. Heck, one guy flies in from New York City. New York City! Just so he can do his commercial and fly back home. Crazy thing happening here in Colorado. Outside private equity funds are pouring millions of advertising dollars to prop up these guys and get them to pretend they are local voices that you can trust. So what really happens when you call one of those pretend made-for-TV lawyers? Here's an example. A young man was hurt. He called one of those guys. The insurance company said, nah, we're denying the claim. No money for you. His made-for-TV lawyer said, sorry. So his friend said, you need to call 303 Law 4040. We took the case and told the insurance company their denial was BS. And they said, you're right. Here's all the money. If you've been injured, don't waste your time calling a pretend made-for-TV lawyer. Call 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. It's 303 Law 4040.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name team, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, our friend Will Peterson is in studio to talk about the wild day that the Avalanche are having. And before we jump into that, remind everybody about the Ultimate Showdown going down in a couple of weeks on June 11th. Brandon Stokely's going head-to-head with Zach By in 100 holes for kids, 100 holes of golf in one day, all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission is to help kids play sports. Who's going to raise the most money? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help the kids win. You want to support Stokely? His website's StokelyCares.com. You want to support Zach? His website is ZachCares.com. It's that simple. Go get signed up. All right, Will Peterson sliding in on Twitter at PetersonWill. Read him at Denver Sports. Watch him on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/DenverSports. All right, first thing, Will, we've seen it all day on the text line, over on our YouTube chat. This Chris McFarland deal leaving it's not the Cronkies are cheap. They can't block him from doing it.
Yeah, and I think that's fair because Chris is getting a new title with the Nashville Predators, and of course he's getting a raise. I mean, the guy may have doubled his salary today.
Probably
and
did.
Put yourself in his shoes. Would you go double your salary and take a promotion to move your family across the country?
Yes.
I would. So I don't blame Chris McFarland for leaving at all, but wow. It's been a week, fellas, and we said, when's something going to happen? When's something going to happen? And today it all just happened. Chris McFarland is gone in the Nashville Predators. Joe Sakic is taking over as the GM for the, quote, foreseeable future from Josh Kroenke. And Jared Bednar is going to be back as Colorado's head coach. You wanted news. You got news, Cease. But I'm still unpacking this because there's a lot to unpack as an Avalanche fan and someone who covers the team.
Weird question. Could be totally wrong. Strike me down if you'd like. Could Super Joe just be the more of a prominent role for the entire season while they work out Jared Bednar 1 year left on his deal? Is that a possibility? I suppose it is.
Yeah, it's a very logical question. I think Joe Sakic is doing this, fellas. My take. I don't know this. Because he loves the Colorado Avalanche dearly. He is doing this because he knew they would be in a rock, in a hard place if he didn't say, you know what, I'll become the GM of the team.
The draft is right around the corner.
Exactly, and then free agency comes, boom, right after that.
Right.
So I think Joe is doing this because of his love for the Colorado Avalanche. I think if you went and had a latte with Joe Sakic, he'd go, I don't want to do this. I got promoted 4 years ago.
Right.
Imagine if you got promoted in your life 4 years ago and then they said, hey, we need you to take your old job
Come back and do this again.
You would only do that if you loved that organization. And Joe obviously loves the Avs. He's a 3-time Cup champion, 2 as a player, 1 as a GM. But I don't think Joe Sakic's looking to do this day to day. I don't think on a November at Family Sports when it's snowing, he's trying to drive to Avs practice. That's not what he was doing before.
Right.
He was the guy who, if you want to make a big deal, call me. I'll either say yes or no. I'll sign off on it. He wasn't doing transactions with the Colorado Eagles on a day-to-day basis. He wasn't trading for Nicholas Waugh or Brett Kulak or Nick Blankenberg. That was all Chris McFarland. You know what I think Joe's done over the last few years? I think Joe signed off on the Mikko deal. I think he signed off on the deal for the 2 goalies, and I think he signed off on Kadri coming back home. Was he aware? Of course. I'm not trying to diminish Joe Sakic. Yes, he's plugged in, but Joe had earned that right to take a little bit of a step back. And now what the Avalanche are asking him to do and what Josh Kroenke's asking him to do and what he has said yes is be the GM of the team. I can't imagine, fellas, that there's not some sort of handshake agreement. We have a new GM by the time the season starts.
Okay, that's
I'll get you through the summer.
That's what I was going to ask you. So this isn't because I had floated the idea to Cecil of like, do they ask Joe to do this for a year, let Jared play out this contract, make him the lame duck coach for the year, and then make a decision where you either tie Jared to a new GM or let a new GM come in and find a new Jared?
Yeah, it's a fascinating question.
So, but you think Joe's only doing this in the interim?
I think he wants to do it for the summer. I think he's. I'll keep the ship afloat
during
for the
golf
summer.
season.
300 days of sunshine. You can find some golf in September and October.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know that for a fact. I'm not reporting that. That's just my overwhelming gut. Is that Joe Sakic only wants to do this for a few months. He wants a new GM. You have a guy like Andrew Cogliano in the building. Fans know him as a player. He's really been shadowing Chris McFarland in the last couple of years. That could be an easy promotion for the Avalanche to make. But the Jared Bednar thing is now fascinating as well. Would it shock anyone if we get hit later today? I mean, they're doing it all today. Jared Bednar has agreed to a 2-year extension with the Colorado Avalanche.
Right.
Wouldn't shock me at all.
I was just going to ask you, is it a positive or a negative? And if it's Cogliano, obviously that's a different story. But, like, new GM and coach usually are tied together in sports. You'd have Jared Bednar as a lame duck coach. And then a new GM, maybe it's Cogliano, right? But that, unless it's in-house, that makes sense. But if it's not in-house, to have a different GM and a coach that's got 1 year left and that's it? Isn't that kind of odd?
Oh, very odd. And can I flippy-floppy for a second?
Yeah.
You know, we're allowed to
Sure,
flippy-floppy,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I said last week it was time to dismiss Jared Bednar. I'm going to change my tune on that. You can't hire a new GM and a new head coach in the same offseason. That's just not
with this level of team.
With this level of team. Look at the Nuggets. Blew out their GM, blew out their head coach. It worked out in the interim fairy tale, magic dust, pixie phase. Did it work this year? No, particularly not in the postseason when you fell flat on your face.
Right.
You are still in a championship window. You can't be hiring a new GM and a new head coach. So that's where I'm flippy-flopping. With Chris McFarland going to Nashville, it is absolutely unequivocally the correct decision to retain Jared Bednar. And yes, I think Jared Bednar should be extended.
See, and I still don't. The lame duck thing, I think we just live in that because of tradition.
What if you start 4-7, Josh? How awkward does that get? He's a lame duck. You're 4-7. Cale Makar may or may not be playing. Do you fire him then?
I get what you're saying, but in my mind, I go, this is it. And I have the conversation with Bednar ahead of the season. You have this year, and you either win the Stanley Cup, raise it a mile high, and you get a new contract, or you don't, and you're fired. And that there's no gray area. There's a hard line. That doesn't mean you went to 7 and it was really tight and we have to have a conversation. You win, we extend. You lose, you go home. I think it's as simple as that, and it should be as simple as that.
I like your idea in theory. I'm not so sure how that works in a locker room. Because, again, what happens if they get off to that slow start? Guys are going to be looking around. Paul Bissonnette, one of the voices of the NHL, what did he say just yesterday about Vegas? In March, those dudes were ready for summer vacation. They hated Bruce Cassidy that much, and this is Biz. He would know.
Yeah.
They hated him that much, they were ready for summer vacation. They fire him, they bring in Torts. They're now playing for the Stanley Cup tonight, the Avalanche or not. So I like your idea in theory, Dover. I just don't think it works in a room.
See,
because I think if you reach a slump, all the guys are going to look around and go, well, he's going to get fired. Like, you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Your idea is very utopian. Oh, win the cup and we'll give you a new deal. But if the Avalanche are struggling, then what happens if they feel like they need a new voice? Then you're ultimately just going to lead him to get fired. There's going to be no faith. Why should Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar have faith in Jared Bednar if the organization's showing no faith?
That's fair.
Yeah, it's fun times, trying times, and are you going to watch the Stanley Cup final? Like, how bitter are you? I was just in Vegas over the weekend. I had to deal with Knights fans, lots of them. Told a few of us from Colorado and had some fun conversations. But as a hockey fan, how do you deal with those guys whipped your ass and swept you, and now you get to see them potentially win it all?
I mean, I'll watch it because I'm a sports fan, but I won't be real enthused to be watching it. I mean, think about it. You know what last night was supposed to be? It's supposed to be Game 7 at Ball Arena.
Damn.
Think about that. Game 6 was Saturday. Game 7 was scheduled for Monday night. You guys today could have, should have, would have been doing 4 hours on Avs Knights Game 7.
Wow.
And instead, you're basically doing 4 hours on this massive day. McFarland in Nashville, Sakic back to the GM, Bednar back. Life comes at you fast. It comes at you fast. So I'll watch it tonight. The problem is, too, is I think Vegas is going to win the Stanley Cup. I'm shocked they're underdogs. I don't get why Vegas, you know, that's the odds maker's term. Vegas is making the Golden Knights underdogs in the series. Carolina, you beat Ottawa, Philly, and Montreal. I'm just not real impressed.
Carolina's really good 5-on-5, though.
They
like
are
the best in the league.
But that Eastern resume,
Yeah,
it doesn't have a Tampa on it. It doesn't have a Florida on it.
Mm-hmm.
They did not beat a big dog out east. So I don't know. I'll say I'll hate watch it tonight, but I'll definitely be tuned in. I was waiting for something to happen with the Avs. Everything happened in a span of like 2.5 hours this morning.
Real quick, because we're up against it, we're doing the old false positive narrative from Vic Fangio. We both said that the biggest Avs false positive was Marty Netschus.
Maybe, yeah. I think that's a fair one. He was an assist merchant through those first 2 rounds, couldn't score, and then in the third round he couldn't score or very much pass the puck. So
I remember all of his assists. Man, those really stood out.
I'd throw Brock Nelson in the.
We talked about him too. Yeah.
And you call Chris McFarland, the new GM of the Predators, and say, "Can I interest you in a Brock Nelson? Can I interest you in a Marty Natchez?"
We talked earlier.
Hey,
like,
you gave him the deal.
Yeah.
Now you got a friendly relationship with the Predators. Start picking through their cupboards.
Well, it's kind of like the Broncos and the Jets with Darren Muji going out there.
Broncos with the 49ers with Adam Peters.
Yeah.
Like you get some connections like
Although
that.
I wish Garrett Wilson or Breece Hall were in a Broncos uniform, but that is a different story for a different day.
All right, Will, great stuff. You got some stories up right now about all the actions going on.
So much content at DenverSports.com for folks to consume.
Check them out. Read them. Follow them at Peterson Will on Twitter. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's get into that conversation. So we said Marty Netschus was the false positive for the Colorado Avalanche. Who gets that title for the Denver Nuggets? That's coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here from my friend SodaDietNutrition.com. Just got done with a road trip, literally on the road, going to Vegas with my man Chris, who's also doing soda. And, by the way, on his weight loss journey, about 2 months in, over 30 pounds down. Good job, Chris. Keep it up. So, together, as we're driving and obviously hitting gas stations or restaurants along the way, it's like, okay, I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, and so does he, because of SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA. So along the way, in this 4-day journey, I wasn't off schedule. I wasn't off plan. I was able to know what to do when I'm at these places that aren't at home, and I don't have the food preparation that I normally do. Soda is there for you. Also, Chris was able to text his nutritionist and just say, hey, we're here. Here's the menu. What should I get? What are some tips? Right there for you. So it's that personalized touch that really sets soda apart. In your weight loss journey, there's going to be trials, tribulations. There's going to be struggles. You're going to need encouragement. Having that personalized nutritionist right there for you, just like my buddy Chris did, it's absolutely awesome. 866-800-SODA. You want to lose that weight, you want to know it, do it the right way, no pills, no injections, nothing like that. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our bridal design gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range. Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
When you decide to sell your home, don't settle for a good agent. Go for a great one. Go for a Weichert agent. A Weichert agent looks at you as a partner, not a transaction, and will work day and night to get you the results you're looking for. And your Weichert agent is backed by the Weichert brand. With over 50 years of experience, Weichert agents have guided thousands of buyers and sellers through every facet of home ownership. Don't settle for good, go for great. Work with a Weichert agent. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. With all these Bluebird days in Colorado, enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. All June, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade, with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing available. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW. Your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Spring is the perfect time to get your AC tune-up before the heat arrives. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning offers tune-ups, repairs, and replacements 24/7. Book at onehouraircolorado.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 1 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Luda! Chris McFarland's rolling out. He's no longer part of the Avs.
Maybe he's going to have chicken and waffles, right?
Probably something today for celebrating, right?
What would you do with that big of a promotion and that big of a celebration?
I think the line is from the movie Office Space, and I'm not sure I can share it on the radio.
A guy like me, they would. No, I would rent out the best bar in Nashville, and I would just have a party for all of my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's the best bar in Nashville, Kev?
I can't say on air, but on
not the secret
Broadway.
bar. I don't need the secret bar. I need like a public establishment that they could be like, sorry, seat's taken. It's closed today because Chris McFarland's celebrating.
You know, Garth Brooks' bar is really good.
Spot's nice.
Morgan Wallen's is really nice. Eric Church's is really nice.
What are the names of these places? I don't need to know who owns them. I need to know the names, baby.
Okay. Friends in Low Places.
Okay, easy.
Wallen's, I love this bar.
Okay.
And then Church's Chiefs is Eric Church's.
Chiefs.
So
that one's out.
Out.
We're not going there.
Oh, yeah, we're not doing that.
Okay. I'm just saying that's where Morgan threw the chair off.
Oh, that was it.
Okay. I'm not going anywhere named Chiefs, Duke, or Thunder.
No, won't do it. Won't do it. Yeah, I'd rent something out, giant party, everything taken care of.
Aldean's, duh. What are we talking about?
Oh, there you go. It's your guy. Yeah.
Met her down in Aldine.
Oh, yeah, see? Saw her walking in from a mile away, see? That's the party today for C-Mac, but he's out of here. He's no longer around. We talked false positives at 1 o'clock, and we both identified Marty Netches. Talked about Scott Wedgwood and Brock Nelson as well, but the main suspect here as false positive is you, Mr. Marty Netches. I don't really care about how many assists you had. You're supposed to score goals as well, and you didn't do that. How about the Denver Nuggets? Who would you look at as a false positive for the Denver Nuggets? I think the elephant in the room there is, of course, David Alleman. He is a false positive. He is not an NBA type of coach. We saw that. We learned the hard way. It's unfortunate today we're talking about DA. His father passed last night, so we're obviously thinking about you as the person, but we get paid to talk about you as the coach. So DA is top of that list. How far is Christian Brown underneath him? Because I don't think it's that far, Cease. Christian got paid and the contract didn't kick in, so I know everybody's like, well, you're paying him all that money. You're actually not yet.
Not yet.
But if he's that bad and then you're paying him all that money, we double and triple down on the takes of Christian is not good enough. Now, I say it all the time in football, stop asking guys to do stuff that they're not good at.
All right.
The Nuggets did that a little bit with Christian this year. Stop asking him to be an offensive facilitator and playmaker on that side of the floor. It just so happens the circumstance that they were given, the hand that they were dealt, he had to do it at some times, and it's just flat out not a part of his game. The good news is that's teachable. That's obtainable. He can learn how to shoot from the corner. He can build confidence in that corner jump shot so he's not a liability and he's actually a reliability out there instead of the former. But Christian Brown is not that far off of where we have DA.
In fact, I could easily make the argument it's him.
Yeah, you could probably flip it. Yeah.
I could easily make the argument it's him and not DA as the number one false positive for the Denver Nuggets, because when the deal was done for Christian, was anybody upset? Was anybody upset?
No, because Payton hadn't done anything yet.
Exactly. And at the time, I mean, we all, Alex, give me the thumbs up. You're the biggest Nuggets fan I know. Kev, thumbs up. Like, we all of us were like, they got Christian wrapped up, man. And then to have this season, whether it be the ankle injury or whatever, he didn't have his lift, wasn't dunking the way, wasn't rebounding the same way, wasn't being a defender in the same way, and his shot lacks confidence. Guess what we knew when he got the contract? His shot lacks confidence, so that didn't really change. What changed is the stuff he was really good at, he wasn't as good at anymore. Probably injury. So we kind of got to put a pin in it, but yes, just based off our expectations and our excitement when CB got the deal. It was a great day. I'm talking great day for Nuggets Nation. I know great days. I've seen great days. I've had great days. I want more great days. That was an awesome day because you felt like they wrapped up one of their young studs. And then he wasn't as studly. So is he the biggest false positive for the Nuggets? I believe the answer is yes.
Yeah, it's just such a disappointment as to what he was. Jamal Murray is another name that I know he was a disappointment. If we were going like, hey, false positives in the postseason versus what they were in the playoffs, then yeah, Jamal's a part of that conversation. I think Jamal Murray is the last thing from a false positive. He just had an all-NBA year for the first time in his life. He's an all-star for the first time in his life. If he returns to the bad form of Jamal next year, then we can have that conversation of what 25-26 was. But I can't put Jamal Murray on this list. He was the second best player all year long.
Yeah, and Jamal's not on that list. Payton Watson could be on the list a year from now, but right now we have to watch out for the false positive that could be Payton Watson. Has it been there the entire time? Perhaps. Were there flashes? Of course. To do it in the way that he did it was spectacular. To be able to have nights where he's dropping 30+. It's amazing. It's absolutely incredulous at times when Payton Watson would do those things, and then he got hurt. And I think availability is a skill, and it's incredibly important in all of sports. The flashes are cool. He's going to get paid off those flashes. Think about that. He's going to get paid.
He's going to get $100 million on flashes.
$100 million on flashes. Not on substance, on flashes. Okay. And I'm not talking myself out of like, it's okay if Payton Watson is playing for the Lakers. It's not okay. And as Bill Simmons said, hey, Kroenke, you got the money. You're okay. Go ahead and pay the tax on the apron. You're fine. If you want to keep Payton Watson, you can. It's just spun that they can't do this. No, they won't do this. They refuse to do this. They've got the money to be able to do that. But do they think Payton Watson was a false positive?
I mean, you look at what, like, his career average is, I just did it, 8.6 points per game.
Okay.
Career average. Now, obviously, he came on strong this year, and if we did, averages from just the season of games that he played, he scored 789 points, and he played in 54 games. So, in those 54 games, he is averaging 14.6 points per game. Now, is that worth $20 million? I guess in today's NBA, it probably is.
Yeah.
And you would assume that elevates. If Payton Watson is a 20-point-per-night guy, he's going to be worth every single penny. I'm hesitant to call him that and say, yeah, I believe every single night Payton Watson's giving you 20 points a game. I just don't know that that's there. When he becomes a focus on the defensive game plan, what does he look like then? He has the length to isolate, step back, and take jump shots. Does he have the jump shooting ability to make those at a regular rate? That's stuff none of us know yet because he hasn't played enough in that role.
Right. So you're going to have to, whoever pays him, you're going to have to take a little bit of a chance that will happen consistently. Can he do it? Sure. I'll go back to the white man can't jump thing. Like, sun shines on a dog's ass every now and again. Can you do it consistently? That's the main key.
We're talking about Chris McFarland a ton today. What if we're in the spot next year where Christian doesn't step up, they find a way to sign Payton, and he's a false positive? So it'd be saying 2 years in a row you've given the contract to the wrong guy, and they couldn't live up to it.
Yeah.
That cost people's jobs, Cecil. In just 2 years, that would cost people jobs.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of that. Is it a possibility? Sure. I do not want that to be the probability. I do not want that to be the outcome.
All right, we'll continue this conversation. Catch up with you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line, as well as our tribe chat, fueled by Sean Ponda over at YouTube, and tell you what we're feeling tonight for Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. It is going down in Carolina. What are some of the storylines you need to know about? We'll share them with you next.
A President's Trophy, a Stanley Cup, and 10 years behind the bench. But after a sweep by Vegas, what's next for Jared Bednar?
This feels like, to me, they're working on an extension. That's what it feels like. Like working on an extension, taking some time, and then when they have the big announcement, it's not only Jared Bednar's back. We've extended Jared Bednar. This is a Colorado Avalanche team that was the best in hockey last year, and we're looking forward to pursuing and chasing a Stanley Cup.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
In the playoffs, everything comes down to the buzzer. One shot, one moment, no room for error. In your facility, that moment hits when the power goes out. That's when experience matters most. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has delivered expert electrical construction, service, and maintenance, including fire alarms and large-scale power distribution. Their licensed electricians are built for high-pressure situations and complex projects. Starting something new? Don't wait for the last second. Make the smart call. Include Piper Electric. Visit piperelectric.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
Ent is becoming wings. It's a big change. But we're not changing the way we show up for our communities, or our personal service, or the people who provide it. We're not changing locations. We're not even replacing the coffee machine. But we are changing our name. We'll probably even get some new pens. It'll be a big day for pen people. Ent Credit Union, insured by NCUA.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
What if you had the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event? You don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Hey, Colorado, set the summer trend. Get a 30% point of sale discount on all new electric lawnmowers, trimmers, and leaf blowers statewide. Ditch the gas for powerful battery packs and breathe easier. Quieter equipment also means you can hear your go-to radio show while you mow. But don't wait. This hot deal only lasts through the end of the year. Learn more at simplestepsbetterair.org. Again, that's simplestepsbetterair.org.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 104.3 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment for us on a Tuesday. We're right back at it tomorrow on a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. Getting fired up for that. You guys want to hit us up with any of your false positive conversations, you can still hit us up over there.
Yeah.
At 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. Make sure you put your name on the end of your text. It'll get you up on the front of the line. And then if you're watching the show on YouTube, hey, YouTube, we always appreciate you. YouTube.com/DenverSports. Get in on the tribe chat. That bad boy's powered by our friends over at Champ Honda.
Our guy Creaky is super excited Chris McFarland's out of here.
Whoa, really?
I'm like, whoa, Creaky, whoa.
He's the anti-McFarland guy.
Yeah, saying McFarland was the reason why they fell short again.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So it was McFarland that missed all those net shots. Interesting, Creaky. It was McFarland that only scored one goal in the playoffs,
right,
like Marty Netches. I like it. Creaky knows what he's talking about, so I'm not going to push back too much on our guy Creaky out there. Again, final thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, you can tell us all of them on the text line and, of course, the YouTube page. Another reminder about the Ultimate Showdown going down on June 11th. Stokely's going head-to-head with his old buddy. The bromance will not die between Stoke and Zach, and they're going to battle it out on 100 holes for kids. It's 100 holes of golf all in one day. Do each of them have the stamina to get it done? And it's all raising money for Recruiting Classroom. Their mission, it's a great one. It's to help kids play sports. Every kid that wants to play should get the opportunity. So who's going to raise the most money? That's where you can come in, pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. You want to support Brandon Stokely? Go to StokelyCares.com. You want to support Zach By? Go to ZachCares.com. It's always weird when I say Brandon Stokely. It makes me want to say Zachary By. I don't even know if that's his real name, but when I say Brandon Stokely, I'm like, I guess I got to call Zachary Zach.
Yeah.
Or the other way around. But yeah, help out the boys. It's all going to a great cause, and Recruiting Classroom is outstanding. All right, before we give some final thoughts, we do have to, look, can we pull the curtain back for a second on today's show?
As I take a picture of you.
Oh, thank you. I'll pose. I'm having some issues with my back today.
Yeah, my neck and my back. We've become a closer
duo
today. I often say I'm your work husband.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Please don't kick me to the curb.
Never.
Today, I think our relationship went to another level.
It did. So I'm having back issues the last couple of days, and Amanda, our boss, has BioFreeze, and I'm like, I need something here. I'm gonna go get BioFreeze after the show. But it's like my upper back that's just tight, and I can't move
You
very
can't
well.
reach it.
And so I got to take my shirt off to put the BioFreeze on.
Right, spin around your head like a helicopter.
Insert Cecil Lammy.
Wait. No, don't say that.
I'm saying you stepped up in a major
okay,
way.
Okay, do not say insert Cecil Lammy. Just say, and here comes my man Cecil to slather my back
Slathered
with
the
icy
back
hot.
up really, very well, and now I'm not having any issues.
Why did you say that? I feel like Ron Burgundy. Like, why'd you say that? What, your poop mouth?
Now Alex doubled down on it.
Let's move on quickly.
But
move on
thank
quickly.
you for the help today. You did lather me up with BioFreeze.
Yes, I slathered your back up, your naked body, shirtless body with BioFreeze because I know, man. I know what it's like.
I would do it for you.
Well, when you get a little older and stuff starts hurting and you're like, I can't reach that spot. All I did was sleep on the couch.
Yeah.
And now I can't move. So
I think it's a couple of things. I'm still trying to fix my dishwasher out there. The Tribe Help Tribes guys. I'm 1 day away from calling you guys.
We got some good Tribe guys.
Some good Tribe guys offered to help me out.
Okay, good.
I'm like, I got to try to figure it out and then reach out. So I'm 1 more day.
But don't hurt yourself doing that, baby. That's like
Dude,
don't be that guy.
It's so like you're at this weird angle laying in under the dishwasher, and then my wiener dog takes over the bed every night.
Right.
So I sleep in all these weird, awkward angles because he gets most of the bed, and those two things combined have led to this.
Was your wiener dog curious when you were under the dishwasher? Was Brucey like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What's over there?
going on in here?
Sniffing around.
He always wants to help. You know how he is.
Yeah,
You've spent some time with my wiener dog.
I have. It's a nice wiener dog.
Yeah, exactly.
So, there you go.
Exactly. All right. So, we're having some fun, and thank you so much for being a true friend. And BioFreeze.
Don't ever say insert Cecil Lammy.
I'm trying to think of other words. So
Question of the day: do our other hosts do the same thing that we just did?
No,
I don't
no
think so at all. No, that's what makes it so special.
No,
Yeah,
if Phil is all laid up, you think ZB is going to slather him? If we're out at training camp and there's like some sun lotion that you can't get on that one spot and you're wearing a bro tank that day, you think Zach is going to slather up Phil? You think Phil's going to slather? Phil couldn't reach Zach. Zach's too tall.
Yeah, that's true.
So Phil would
He's jumping up.
get a step ladder, or maybe he'd like jump like a little crisscross or something with some sun lotion.
Yeah.
And okay, Mike Evans would probably lather up Mark Schlereth. But it would be more like he's interested type stuff.
Yeah.
Then I did it as a resource.
Favor, yeah.
Yes, I'm doing it as a favor. Mike Evans would do it so that he could go home and tell his lady that I got to slather up Mark Schlereth.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't know.
Obvious.
Yeah. Thank you, Vance. Could it go the other way with the amount of hair that is on Mike's back? I don't know that it can go that other way.
You're going to put his business out there? I talk about his big butt and his five head all the time.
He shared that information.
He shared about the hairy back? Okay. It is a jungle. I mean, basically.
How was I? I wasn't bad, right?
No, not at all.
Okay, nice.
Basically, Mike Evans is a Sasquatch that they shaved down and taught how to speak. That's basically who Mike Evans is. He's a golf-loving Sasquatch that they shaved down and taught how to speak the English language.
And we love him for it.
I'm jealous because he can speak English, and I stumble over my words all the time. But still, like, I don't think anybody would do that. I don't think anyone else. I think you and I are the only ones. You know, if I asked Spivak to do that,
it's
he
over.
might break his hockey stick over me.
Dude, if I took my shirt off around Brandon Stokely, he is back to 4.5 speed Stokely and running away from me as fast as possible.
And then he's popping his hamstring.
Yeah, that's
or he's
exactly
popping
right.
his Achilles like our man Craig did. What up, Craig? When Stokely, wow! Now every time I see that play, all I think is my man Craig jumping up and popping his Achilles. Have you ever injured yourself celebrating like Martin Gramatica? My man Craig's basically Martin Gramatica. He's like celebrating and then falls over. If you don't remember, the Buccaneers kicker hurt himself, I think, out for the year.
Yeah.
Because he made a kick and he's like, yay, and then fell down.
The air and it locked up when he landed.
So my man Craig watches the Stokely wow play against the Bengals years ago, jumps up, pops his damn Achilles over Brandon Stokely.
That's some tough.
Would
break.
you ever injure yourself over Brandon Stokely?
Hell no.
No chance.
Have you ever done that? Like 4-point play against the Pacers. Larry Johnson hits Antonio Davis.
What are the Davis brothers even doing?
What is Antonio Davis doing on a three-pointer? Anyway, he seals the free throw because that's the first thing that came over. Like, yeah, you got to hit the free throw. I think it was Chris Childs came over to my man Larry Johnson. I mean, when he hits that shot, incredible. It's going to be a 4-point play. If he makes the free throw, the Knicks win. I jumped over I was sitting on the couch, like probably had my feet up on the coffee table. He makes it. I like take the feet down, jump over the coffee table, like, yeah, but I didn't like run into my TV or anything. Have you ever?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of my injuries. I think, look, skateboarding at 41 years old and getting injured, some people are like, that's a dumb injury.
But it was never over, a Brandon Stokely play or a Larry Johnson play or whatever, a Nikola Jokic play.
No. All my injuries have been my own stupid decisions.
Okay.
But I could see it. I mean, that play from Stokely is pretty exciting.
Yeah, and that's done for excitement. I'm sure there's people out there that got mad over Super Bowl 48 and smashed their TV or something. That's just being a dummy.
Didn't Gus Frerotte run into a brick wall?
No. He headbutted a wall.
Headbutted it.
Yeah,
right.
when he was
Celebrating
quarterback with
touchdown,
Washington.
correct?
He scored a touchdown. He goes over to the wall, headbutts the wall, concusses himself.
And he's out for the game. That's a pretty dumb
I think
one,
half
too.
the year. I think he missed
Oh,
some
really?
time. Oh, he didn't.
Holy
He didn't miss a little bit of time. He missed some time with
So
that.
it was a real deal concussion.
Yeah. So I know people have done it when they're.
We might have to do dumb sports injuries tomorrow on the show.
Don't be
might
that guy.
fun.
Dumb sports injuries. What's your dumb sports injury? And are your celebrations online now as you watch the NBA celebrate Knicks and Spurs coming up? I know I get the question all the time. I've talked about it a little bit. When people say, how do you feel? How do you feel? How do I feel? How do you stop Wemby? Does anybody have an answer?
Not right now. If he learns, he's already learning how to shoot.
Yeah.
Shoot threes with guys in his face, long arms. Chet's not really a threat, but the length of guys like Chet.
Yeah.
And still making those threes. If he becomes a average 40% three-point shooter, it's over, dude. It's over. You can't stop that guy.
I think that whole stat about this is the 8th year in a row there will be a new NBA champion. If Wemby gets it, that ain't going to be it's going to be them.
I went over it yesterday. Nicola's 5-2 against Wemby, averaging 37 points a game, 13 rebounds, 11 assists, whatever the numbers were. And the team is 5-2. The best thing that could happen is that the Thunder freak out, reach, go make a giant trade for somebody like Giannis, or Evan Mobley scares me because I like the idea of him in Denver, hate the idea of him in Oklahoma City.
Ugh, that's
but
chills.
If they have to maneuver and manipulate their roster to try to beat Wemby, it might put the Nuggets right back into this conversation, and they have a better shot at beating a team with the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama. For now, let's see what Dylan Harper turns into when he's 22 years old in a couple of years.
Right.
What's Steph Castle turn into when he's 24 years old in a couple of years, and how much better do all of those guys get as the Nuggets get older?
And I love the fact that our guy Alex sent this in our group chat because I believe it's so true, and it's the meme. I was going to make Check Your Ex, but it's got Tiger and John Daly. You know, the famous thing where they're looking at each other, and it's the Spurs side is Tiger, 3 straight top 5 picks, MVP finalist, Defensive Player of the Year, 5 titles in the last 30 years, and the Knicks side is John Daly just smoking a stogie. The power of friendship.
It will prevail.
So I will say this, and I'm going to say this, it's famous last words. First off, if the Knicks win anything, I'll be surprised. Like win a game, I might even be surprised. I believe it goes 6, and I'm super nervous about saying the Knicks will win, but I'll say this. The vibes, just the vibes of this Knicks team is something I think if you don't have a dog in a fight, whatever, I think you should jump on board. Why you want to root for a Western Conference team that's going to be a pain in your ass? Now, are the Nuggets built to take down Wemby? Sure.
They're close.
Yeah, they're close, and they're closer than others, perhaps even the Thunder. That's a future talk. But for right now, why do you want to root for a Western Conference team? You're a Nuggets fan, dude. Why aren't you rooting for the Knicks? I know you're a Pacers fan.
I hate the Knicks.
And you hate the Knicks. But the Knicks are the only way to prevent the Spurs perhaps from becoming a dynasty, because that new NBA champion, this is the 8th year in a row. If Wemby gets one, how many championships Wemby have at the end of the day? How many championships does the big fundamental have, right? How many championships?
5.
5. So is Wemby getting a 5-pack? Wemby getting 5? Wemby getting 3?
Sure
Wemby
hope
getting
not.
6?
I will say this with the right to reserve to change my mind. Or whatever
Sure,
we say.
yes. You're rooting for the Knicks?
On June 2nd, I would rather Wemby get 3 than the Knicks get 1. And I'm sorry to have to say that to you.
I hate you for that.
That's how
I hate
feel.
you for that. Pacers.
I can't stand
Pacers.
the dang Knicks.
But that's the power of friendship.
But you know what? I like.
It's Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson took a $113 million pay cut so they could put talent around it.
Huge mistake.
Look at how the Knicks are built in all of their transactions. It's fascinating, dude. You almost have opposing themes, if you will. I've got my writer's hat on. There's so many things I could say there. You have a team that's built through the draft, organically, whatever you want to say, homegrown, San Antonio Spurs. And then you have this ragtag bunch of he's from this team, he's from this team, he's from over here. Jalen Brunson take a big money. You have the history of Stephen A. lost respect because Jalen Brunson, you will not win a championship with Jalen Brunson. All the stuff that he said when they added Brunson. And now to have all the haters and all the naysayers, all the people trying to jump on the bandwagon. The Knicks, you're going to hate this. You're going to hate this, but it's true. And the truth is not meant to make you feel good. The Knicks are lovable, dude.
Whoa.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I'm not loving on them. I know people are. I get your point.
Dude, they are so lovable because they are like they're the under Wemby is
I love OG
unstoppable.
Anunoby. I'll give you that.
Who, by the way, has some of the best advanced data against Wemby of anybody.
I mean, they have the bodies to do it if Mitchell's right, and we're going to talk about this a ton more tomorrow. But,
Okay.
if the bodies are right,
you know what's
we'll
on
see.
my mind.
No, it should be. You should be fired up. And I do really want to root for you, but it's just so hard. I hate the Knicks so much. It is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You know what's up with our friends up there at KARS FM. Laramie, what's up with it? 102.9. Cease, we're getting some news on the way out here from Adam Schefter. And it sounds like a restructure of Pat Surtain's contract is going down. Schefter tweets out, the Broncos are giving cornerback Pat Surtain a $5 million raise this year per his agent Tony Dandy. He has a chance to make another $5 million next year if he makes All-Pro or the Pro Bowl this year, which I'm assuming he will. There's probably some more layers to that of freeing up some space and getting him some upfront money today, but that's the report coming out of Adam Schefter 100 seconds ago.
Okay, $5 million raise. Sounds pretty nice. Another $5 million if he makes All-Pro, Pro Bowl. That sounds pretty nice because it sounds like something Pat Surtain now getting paid again. If you're just joining us, Dover broke it down. Adam Schefter reporting seconds ago. The Broncos are giving cornerback Pat Surtain a $5 million raise this year and has a chance to make another $5 million next year if he makes All-Pro or Pro Bowl. Probably get ready for another $5 million because All-Pro or Pro Bowl, it's not both. It's either or.
Is this just a restructure, get money off the current thing, big fat signing bonus, now we have more salary cap room, right? Is that?
Yeah, I would think that's the case. Kind of put the cherry on top for him, give him a little bit of a bump because of all the cornerbacks that are getting paid now and moving some money around, right? As a general manager, you're trying to free up some money, whether it's for later on to make a trade. And Pat Surtain, he deserves that, man. He's dominating, so you want to give him a little bit more money on top.
Pat Surtain, amazing today. Sorry, ZB, for interrupting, but I was going to ask you all because we went over the old Vic Fangio false positive. You all remember that?
Of course I do.
When Drew Lock was 4-1 as a rookie, and then Fangio, who just straight up hated Drew.
He did not like Drew Lock.
Let's just be honest. That old grumpy guy with not a suit.
That was the talking about his arm talent. He was asked about his arm talent. He said, well, just because I go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of tools, it doesn't make me a carpenter. Right? Like you have the physical stuff, but you don't know you don't have the acumen to be a carpenter.
Well, and he ain't lying, right?
But then there was the ultimate.
It's his birthday.
And when it was him and Teddy Bridgewater's birthday on the same day.
You guys say happy birthday to Teddy.
Yeah, and Kliss goes, it's Drew's too. He goes, it is.
Yes, it is. It is.
Guys have a nice day.
So we did a false positive today. We should be talking about Game 7 at Ball Arena with the Avs and the Knights, but that didn't happen. So, as we look for other topics, one was a false positive with all of our beloved teams. And with the Colorado Avalanche and looking back on it, we had pegged a couple of potential false positives. One was Marty Netchus, and then he asked about Scott Wedgwood. And I was like, I think both of those are interesting answers that you can look to. And I think it's fascinating to go, okay, was Christian Brown a false positive for the Nuggets? Was Marty Netchus a false positive for the Avs? What's the false positive for our favorite teams?
One, I liked the segment. I thought it was a creative segment. If I thought of it, we would be doing it. I didn't like the Marty Netchus answer because it almost feels like you're punished for playing well in the first place, as opposed to someone who never played well and then also didn't show up in the postseason.
Okay.
So like Val Nichushkin, like we need to have a larger conversation about Val. I know you guys talked about him a little bit, but like he was invisible for most of the regular season. All right. And like at one point in time in the 23-24 postseason, Val Nichushkin became the 8th player in NHL history to have a 7-game playoff scoring streak. And then he just doesn't score at all anymore. He doesn't do he doesn't do much of anything anymore, and he's getting paid big money. And I thought Netchus through the first 2 rounds was the top driver of offense. And I know you were just being cheeky, Josh, but you said a comment about like all those memorable assists.
Yeah.
Like he did have a memorable assist that ended a series in overtime.
Oh, yeah.
In the next round, having a spinorama assist. And I know we want more goals. So I understand why you guys arrived on Marty. But like, what about someone like Brock Nelson? Like,
we brought him up
Brock.
too.
Like, and I know you guys mentioned him too, but we now have 20 postseason games, and he doesn't have a goal against a goaltender. Like, that is deeply concerning.
Yeah.
Deeply.
And I think with the Nichushkin thing, we all went from like, just stay clean, Val, and we know you're going to be great. And then he is, which is great.
It's
and
great.
Anyone fighting addiction out there, I pray for you.
Totally.
I feel for you.
Yeah. Totally.
And the fact that he's staying clean, and unfortunately, part of our job is to be like, okay, you're doing a good job, not getting into the things you don't want to get into. Now you've got to be better. And sorry that athletes are judged like that, Phil, but that's what chuckleheads like us do.
Sure.
It's like, hey, Val Nichushkin, you should be much better than you
You're
are.
getting paid a lot of money to go out there and produce at a high level, right? It's a performance-based business. So if you don't perform, then you're going to be critiqued. And so, like, it goes hand in hand. So, like, I'm good with it, man. I've been sitting here banging the table that the players let Jared Bednar down during the Vegas Golden Knights series, right? It's the players that got to go out there and make the plays and win the games for you. So I'm with you on this. Val needs to step up, man. And he's been MIA all year long, plus the playoffs.
I was surprised to hear Will Peterson go from Jared Bednar needs to be fired, and without a game being played, Jared Bednar needs an extension.
New information provides new opinions, and without a general manager. And first off, Chris McFarland, congratulations. I mean, first off, right?
Yeah,
that's an amazing move, amazing for his family. Such power now that he gets with the Predators. I'll give Will a little bit of a pass. It is interesting. We say a lot in these microphones. It is interesting to have that stance with no games played. But now with continuity, it's a conversation I've had in my head. I have a lot of those about Bo Nix. Like continuity. How important is continuity? Continuity. So with Jared Bednar staying as head coach, okay, you can't make too many changes. The Nuggets did that a year ago, where they wiped out Calvin and Coach Malone.
Yeah.
So with the Avs, it's like, okay, there's partial continuity. How much do we factor continuity? We didn't play like you, Phil, so we don't know. But like,
that matters
how much does it matter to athletes, whether it's Avs, Nuggets, Broncos, whoever?
Go ahead, Phil.
Well, for me, it matters a lot. When you have a coach that you like and everybody in the locker room likes and they're comfortable with, key thing right there, you're comfortable with, it's easy to go out there and play. You know what that coach is expecting from you. You know how the coach is going to react when you don't do well. Once you have that major shakeup, so for example, for me, I went from having an offensive coordinator with the Denver Broncos in my rookie year to the next year having Pat Shurmur, and Pat Shurmur didn't like me. And the continuity and the connection there just wasn't there, and we butted heads. So you want a guy in the building as your head coach that you guys can be comfortable with and you guys understand, and that's exactly who Jared Bednar is to this unit, this team. Like, he's there and everybody loves him from what I've heard and witnessed and watched, and I think that's why you keep him around.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think that
you could clean house.
I don't think that fear of change and dramatic change is reason enough to not make a change. Like, if there was other stuff that like we could point to, but unfortunately, the further and further we get from 2022, the Cup season was an anomaly. All right, the rest of this era of Avalanche hockey as Stanley Cup favorites for nearly a decade has been defined by collapse. And I know you're not going to change all the players. I know there'll be some movement. But at the same time, and this comes from a place where, like, I love Jared Bednar. I think his name should hang from the rafters of Ball Arena. Most wins in franchise history, brought a cup here, done and done. Put him up there. But, like, here's my thing. If we get to a point, and it's this time next year with another playoff failure, like it was this year, and like it was last year, and like it was the year before, and the year before that, who will be able to say that you didn't see it coming? Like you put all the seasons on the table, and you have one that doesn't look like the other, and we love it and celebrate it forever, and the memories will last forever, and the picture of me and my family at the parade will hang in our house forever. But if you're being pragmatic about the situation, pragmatic meaning removing any emotion or sentiment from the conversation, and you're looking at it with sober eyes, and you're saying, okay, this was a disaster again. We weren't close. We got swept, and the games weren't competitive for the most part. We have to do something. And NHL history, in that sport more than any other, by the way, says, hey, if you change a coach and you pull the right lever, it can cross a finish line. The Broncos were awesome in 2012, 13, and 14.
Yeah,
14
less so.
well, right. But,
14 was weird.
But they went to the Super Bowl, right? And so, like you're talking about getting close. You're playing in the biggest game.
Yeah,
right?
13 they went to the Super Bowl. 14 they lost to the Colts. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. I get what you're saying.
I'm getting it confused.
You
in my
needed
head.
to change to Gary Kubiak to put that team over the top.
Yes, so you were closer than these Avs are, I would argue.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're looking at it, and you had wild success in the regular season and some postseason success, reaching a Super Bowl, failing in 48, and you say you had to make a hard decision and do something difficult, and they did it, and it paid off. And we've seen that through NFL history as well. With Mike Shanahan and moving on from Wade Phillips and Dan Reeves and hiring the right coach with the same quarterback. They had success. They went to 3 Super Bowls before they ever won one, and they pulled the right lever at coach, and it paid off.
So what? But what if they try to pull that lever and it doesn't pay off, and you lose? Then what's the excuse?
Then you're in the situation you are right now.
So then you might as well, like, you're risking that, though.
You are risking
know,
it.
But
You are
someone
risking
like
it.
Josh Kroenke, we know
and
he
I would
likes
say
to
it's
go
more-
with new head coaches, right? First-time head coach.
He does, but one time that they didn't. And by the way, they did it with Jared Bednar, and it worked. Right? So it's not a math
not at the
equation.
beginning of that. If you remember, his first year, he got thrown into the fire.
Yeah, well,
it was bad, and then
but no one expected they were the worst team in the league.
For
so,
sure.
so there was no expectation. But ultimately, he was the right coach. And so I just think that, again, this comes from a place of not hating Jared Bednar. It's the opposite. I've argued on his behalf for years. And at this point, I think I have enough sample size where I think it would be appropriate. The extension conversation is almost wild to me.
Why? We got to have this conversation. We got to dig deep because Jared Bednar still has been very successful in winning games.
Yeah,
games.
Is that the point?
I mean, you got to win enough games to try to get to a championship.
When Josh Kroenke was asked, what's the goal of the Jokic era? He said, win as many games as possible. We have a problem with that.
We
right?
do.
So is it about winning games or winning championships?
It's about winning championships. But you tell me, right, if you're going with a first-year head coach, and you told me this yesterday specifically, that you'd rather go with Jared Bednar if they do bring in a first-year head coach.
I would. If that's what it's down to, a first-year head coach or Jared Bednar, just move forward with Jared Bednar. But there's nothing in stone that says if you go with a first-time head coach, it's damned. Because we've seen it work multiple times.
Yeah, it burnt us with the Denver Nuggets. We wanted a first-year head coach in Jokic's prime, and look at us now.
True. And if there was only someone at this station that was crying out loud more than any other saying, this is a mistake, don't do this.
So do that with this situation.
This situation, it may require that same energy. We will continue this conversation next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You know that feeling, sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a stack of bills, wondering how you got here? Credit cards, car payments, subscriptions you forgot about. It all piles up. But here's the thing. If you own a home, you're sitting on the answer. American Financing can help you declutter your monthly bills into a single manageable payment. Their salary-based mortgage consultants look at your entire financial picture, not just one piece, all right? The average customer savings is $800 a month. You may delay 2 mortgage payments and may close in as fast as 10 days. Guys, there is never any upfront fees or obligation with American Financing. This is a family-owned lender, not one of those big banks where you're just a number. So pick up the phone. and start that conversation at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or simply visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Denver Deck Builders has been building the highest quality decks for over a decade. With me is their owner, Ron Gibbous. You use only the best materials to handle all of Colorado's elements.
At least 90% of the time, our customers want composite decking, which is warranted for 30 years. So it's not going to rot, it's not going to freeze, and it's going to look good. And we use a custom rail builder that fabricates them in a shop, brings them, and installs them on site. So they're stronger